Okay, now we're getting stereo. Sorry for the false alarm. Had to replug some stuff that was not jiving correctly. Fixing an update here. Okay, everybody looks live. Let me do a quick audio check for levels. Okay, that's pretty good. So this kind of crazy camera angle here, I'm trying to get the best view of the screen that I can, but also show a bit of the case. You can see the orange. This is the rack mount. XTK is the keyboard version. This is the rack mount version. There's also an upgraded version, which I believe goes up to 30 voices. I think this one is only 10 voice. I have to double check. I forgot to look before I started the stream. But it's pretty detailed already with the minimal thing. There's an aftermarket upgrade card if you have the later model that takes the card. I tried. They don't seem to make a card for this one, so this one's fixed. But I got a crazy deal on this from a guy's collection where basically it was probably should have been, at the time I bought it a few years ago, it probably should have been, I don't know, $1,500, maybe more. And I got it for about $850 or something like that. So I'm not complaining that it's not the super fancy version, because it still sounds amazing. I love Waldorf Wavetables, going back to the origin of all this, the PPG Wave and stuff like that, that eventually became, the technology moved into Waldorf and other things. Even there's a couple other things like the Sledge by Studio Logic that uses Waldorf Wavetables. Obviously lots of other Waldorf products, the Blofeld, Microwave 1, Microwave 2. This is the Microwave XT. Microwave XTK is the keyboard version. The keyboard version, the paint job is a little bit different on it. This coating on this one, the orange, gets a little bit weird over time. It has this kind of funky, I think it's called Nextel, kind of rough surface on it. And I believe it's a UV change from the color. It could just be just bright light in general. I don't remember all the details on that either. But so you'll see some online that are bright orange, like a fresh navel orange, and then you get this kind of dirty orange looking one. It is the same unit. It's just over time the whatever paint job they used didn't react very well to the surroundings. So it doesn't affect the synth at all, but it's perfectly fine. So let's go to get some presets and stuff. Again, I'm running, because it's a module, you're not going to see a keyboard. And I'm controlling it anyway with my MIDI controller, which is the Theoryboard. That way I can lock in different scales, do some more dynamic things. As usual, I'm not the best keyboard player in the world, so if you want to hear chords and some various progressions and stuff, it's better just to have something I can dial in real quick and just move on to the next preset, instead of fiddling and getting sour notes and all that kind of stuff. So here we go. And if there's time, I'll get to the Micro Q, which is a little bit later version of their wavetable stuff. Different, a lot of the same wavetables, but some different mojo and stuff. It's a bright yellow thing. These are all designed by Axel Hartmann, who also worked on so many other things, including some stuff for Arturia. His own company for a while, the Hartmann Neuron, which is a great synth designed by him. He has his hands all over the place. Lots of synths, but always have very colorful stuff because of Axel Hartmann. With the characteristic red knob, uses a bright color on the body, in this case orange, or sometimes it's yellow. They had black versions. They had the original Microwave 1 is this cool kind of a cornflower blue with the same red knob. And then as you can see, the cutoff is red, so you can't miss it. And there's another red knob down here. I can't read it from here. It's kind of small, but most of the knobs are gray. Buttons are gray, but big knob for the major encoder to change settings. There's a patch matrix over here for quick setup for different parameters, MIDI and other kinds of stuff. And then there's a further matrix down below, down here. Maybe I could probably show you without messing up the camera too much, of the actual programming matrix. And plenty of knobs left and right. So there's the system matrix there. And let's go back to the screen so you can see it. You can't quite see it as well as I would hope. The screen is fairly bright, but it's just not super sharp with this camera. You can see the logo is plenty sharp, but yeah, we'll do the best we can. I'll call out the patch names anyway, just so you can see what you're looking at. All right, so this is patch number 1, called Unisono, and it's kind of the weirdest, noisiest patch they could have chosen. Usually the first couple patches you want to wow people, especially in a store, but this one's kind of funky. Here you go. And a couple chords. So, interesting, kind of noisy. Not what I would put for patch number 1. But as far as I know, these are the factory presets. I haven't done anything to this, and I think the previous owner just used it as is. This is called a Trip. And this has some nice wavetable sweeping. And it loops as you hold it, so you can just keep it and play with it. Cut off a little bit. Couple chords here. And again, this is a pentatonic scale, Japanese scale, Hirajoshi in D. Okay, let's go to another preset. Some of these are quite nice. This one's called CS80. Most of you people probably know what that is, so I won't go into details. I'll just make sure it's the right one here. That's a nice one. It's very for a what's called a cold digital synth. That one's quite warm actually, because the filters here are digital, the oscillators are digital, Unlike the Microwave 1, which has analog filters in it, which is why it's so coveted. It's very expensive. And the new Waldorf M takes elements of the Waldorf Microwave 1 and the color scheme, puts it in a new box, adds some features of the Microwave 2 and the XT, and some new stuff in there as well, from what I've heard, and gives you kind of best of both worlds. The nice digital waves, some newer waves they've added, plus the warmth of the analog filters. But this patch is quite warm. So, I like that one. So yeah, if you know Yamaha CS80, obviously doesn't sound like it, but it's reminiscent of it, I suppose, if you're being generous. What's up, Paul? Well, the case is definitely colored like Cheese Whiz, and probably has the same chemicals in it that Cheese Whiz has. Alright, let's go to this one called It's Acid! Exclamation point. Oh, it's got a latch on it too, so you can continue. Let's go back and come back, and let's try a couple chords and see what it does with the arpeggiator. So it's not taking the chords, obviously. It's treated as monophonic lines. Now let's add a little bit of kind of delay on this one of my expansions here, because basically these don't have effects on them. So let me go back to that. Let me dial in an effect here real quick. Let me choose a preset that doesn't latch, so it doesn't get too annoying. Let's try this one. Let's try this. This is a weird preset on the Boss XX700 rack system, and the preset is called Ocean Floor. Hopefully it's not clipping too much. I know sometimes the resonance can get nasty. Okay. I had to play with the volume a little bit because adding these insert effects tweaks the level quite a bit, so bear with me if it gets a little loud. Okay, I'll turn insert off for now. Here the wave will continue to cycle as I hold it down. Okay, so effects are still off. Let's go through some more. Oh, by the way, that last one was called Wave Ride. Now this one is called Atmosphere 2. And again, I've not previewed this. I haven't played this unit for a long time, so I'm going in cold. So if they suck, I'll just keep going. Hey Manny, what's up? Broke out my XT. I haven't played this almost since I got it. Maybe 2 or 3 times after I bought it, and just keep forgetting to play it. So here we go. This is called Saw It Again. Okay, this is called Switch Me. Very wicked. Okay, let's try some. I guess this does have effects built in. I thought it was mostly a synth, but they did add some effects to it. Because that clearly had delay on it. I didn't add anything to it. All my external punch-in effects are all turned off. So. Looks like analog or analog. It's one of those weird LCD screen M's. So looks like analog. There we go. Sounds like a bass yawn hammer would use on Miami Vice. Ping pad. It's called noise floor. Clip and zip. Manny, yeah, you probably know more about this synth than I do. I didn't do a whole bunch of research. Again, I pulled it out of the mothballs. Felt guilty. I wasn't playing it, and I know other than like what's the music track JP Ujie-san. Not a lot of people have demoed this. I know one of the guys uses it for hardware jams. He has the XTK version, but you don't see a lot of them online. At least not recently, so I thought it'd be fun to crack it out and just have fun with it. I always wanted a microwave 1, but it was popular when I got my Emax 2, And the guy in the Guitar Center actually let me hook up the Microwave 1 to the in-store Emax 2 after I bought mine there, and let me sample a bunch of sounds I liked. So I kind of have some of them already on sample banks, but this is called Paracelsus. Pluck pad. Called Stenzel's Choir. Nice choir. Sounds very Tangerine Dream 80s style. Since they had similar sounds in the PPG, of course. This is called Rhythm Pad. Phase lock. Big balls. Here you go. And that's got some thump in it. Alright, definitely big balls on that one. Box strings. This one's called Be Careful. Watch out, here we go. It's like a Kraftwerk zippy sound. Glassy drone. Organic wave. Trick to a lot of these, you gotta let them evolve. That one's a little shorter. Dusty drone. This is called Doi. All right. Nice wave sequence there. This is called Deep Spaces. Again, nice evolving. Good for soundscapes and ambient stuff. Alrighty. Bali. Here we go. Probably sounds like a gamelan. Let's see. Kind of. Kind of like those gongy belly things they use in the gamelan orchestra. Without the attacks. Almost feels like sing-song harmonics when you get certain filters. It's a trip. This is just called pad. Alright, I got next. Ocean. Nice attack response too. I'm getting different timbres as I strike it harder. This is called Ow. Sounds like ow. Nice panning too. This is called pad. This is called Ben-Hur. Let's try a chord on this one. Bland. That's all right. Do you want to call your patch bland? Here we go. That's pretty nice, actually. Just doesn't have a lot of motion in it, but it's still cool. Full moon. Disto pad. Nice kind of digital choir effect. This is Quiet Earth. Okay, let's go to Deep Sync. Yeah, that's a nice one. Everlast. This is Ambient. Saw PWM. Strings, I think. sidebands. Pulped. Very nice, very nice. Double sine. It's called Jupiter. It's very warm to me. Not a cool digital thing. This is warm pad, and it is warm. JX10P strings. Getting a lot of the same sounds. I'm going to skip ahead here. There's Wave Choir. Sounds like a very tweaked version of a Roland string synth with the choir, like a VP330. Female choir. Mellow choir. Spelled like Mellotron, so we'll see. Yep. Going from that string synth choir. A string synth vocoder choir. And there you go, vocoder. Oh, vocode M. So they got some vocal formants in the wavetable, it seems like. Wave pad. It's hard to sing with the wave pad. Space Night. nice. Let's go down the list further, see what else we got here. It sounds interesting. Waveformer. Very pretty sounding. Mantra. It's brassy. It's like that CS80 patch from earlier. Nice. Polysynth. ADSR on it. Texture. These are fun. These kind of low, throaty, sweeping wavetables. X101. Yeah, it's a great synth. I was lucky to get this when I could. Like I said in the beginning, this is not the fancy version that's upgradable or comes with the upgrade. That's, I think it's 30 voice on the final one. This is only 10 voice, I believe. But you know, it still sounds great. The extra voices really going to do much for me. It's already, you know, pretty beautiful, pretty warm in a lot of spots. If you go back and listen to the stream, it's always called a cold digital synth because it doesn't have analog filters, but it's just very cleverly programmed. So it has the glassy stuff, it has the tinny, sparkly stuff if you like that. It also has warm stuff, pads and brassy stuff, stringy stuff, even some fake vocoder kind of VP330 stuff in it. So it actually has a lot going for it. Even though, you know, I'm sure the Waldorf M, which came out a couple years ago now, which is like part this, part Microwave 1 with analog filters and some other goodies in there. So it's pretty expensive though. I mean, that's probably more capable than this is. I haven't compared the specs head to head, but you know, for something that came out so long ago, but it's also coveted, I got this pretty cheap. So yeah, it's just about time I pulled it out and started playing with it again, because you don't see a lot of demos on this guy. It's talked about. Probably one of the best demos out there is Music Track JP by Katsunori Ujie-san. Ujie-san's a cool guy, just really good player, lots of animation, lots of fun. Often picks pretty good patches, explores them quite a bit. But his is probably the best. He has a couple videos on it, but one is like a performance demo where the camera is facing him from the kind of the front of the keyboard. This is just the rack version, but the keyboard version is the XTK, and his video is great. So I'm just having fun plinking along. But if you want to see a real video, his stuff's pretty awesome. And they have they periodically post it with proper English subtitles, so you don't have to use the auto subtitles from YouTube, which are terrible. So, although they're funny, watch one of his videos that doesn't have English subtitles on it, made professionally, and just watch some of the translation errors. It's very funny. Wagyu is keen on that. We're always laughing about that. Phasey. Again, I'll just sit here and hold and Just on one key. Sweeping the wavetable. Go through some chords here. D bells. Very different from the FM bells. Phasing clavy. Let's go through a few more of these. Harmonic sweep. Serafina. Overdrive. Those chords are playing all weird. PPG plucked. Probably heard this on some Tangerine Dream tracks. Very similar sound. Woods. Like a wavetable log drum. A couple more. Arp song. Arp sono. Do. Alright, a couple more. Synth flute. Hollow sound. It's a monophonic. Bali gong. Centaur. Let's run that through the reverb I was using earlier on the Boss SX700. That might be kind of cool. Cool. Alright, I'm going to quickly try and hook up my micro cue. If I have it kind of tucked into this crazy rack, so if I can find the MIDI lead without too much work, I will hook that up. So give me a moment here. I'm going to go see if I can do that one for contrast. I'll be right back. Alright, well I found the micro cue lead. I have so many leads they can't all be patched at once. However, I still got to find the MIDI lead behind the rack, so at least I found the lead part. Let me take this guy out of the mix. That's part one. Let me grab a MIDI cable and try and brute force it. See, this is a nice long cable, so this should reach. I just gotta try and get behind this box. For those of you who just joined, this is what I just played. The Waldorf Microwave XT rack mount. But I'm going to try and contrast it with the Micro Q, which is a little yellow rack mount across the room. So I'm trying to get access to the back of it. I haven't touched it so long, it's a little bit of a reach. Almost got it. It's a bit of a stretch, so I'll be right back, I hope. So close, almost got it. just about have it. You drive me crazy. Well, clearly that's not in the cards. It's way too buried back there. It's kind of a cable mess. Another cable thing I have to clean up. So I will go quickly to the there's some good Wavetable iPad apps I could show real quick for contrast. Also made by Waldorf. Let's try that real quick. That should be just a couple minutes here. Got all the parts. Here. Okay. So this is obviously much fancier because it's graphical with the waveforms set up this way. This is Nave. Nice 3D waveform you can browse around. So, like a Quantum or Iridium on an iPad, with obvious differences. Since it's all software, there's no analog filters in it, but there is on the Quantum. Okay. That's part one. Let's get the other part hooked up here. Need the audio and the cable. Luckily, this iPad still supports. About to turn that one down. Like that. Just kill my own ears. Through here so I can hear the YouTube audio for another chance. And this one's got nice arpeggiators built into it. Here. Second, let me configure the MIDI in this guy so I can jump through it real quick. Oh, seemed to misplace where they put the MIDI on this guy. Hold on. It is a more complex app than a lot of apps on the iPad. You can even do a full screen on the Wave too, which is kind of cool. You get a whole iPad with just the Wave. It's kind of nice. Right, where's my config? might be on the wrong MIDI channel. Let me see here. Man, they really hit it on here. A lot of these apps are pretty easy to find the MIDI mapping, but let me quickly try another app to make sure the MIDI's flowing here. Interesting. It's configured. Why is it not going? Channel only. Two. Crazy thing. Does it chew? No. A second here. It's just easier to play it with this. If I can get this stupid adapter to work. Plug and play on channel 2. Shouldn't be. It has a tape deck inside this thing. Look at this. There's a little tape deck. It's a crazy app. Just having trouble with the config. I haven't used it for so long. Oh, here we go. MIDI map. Mapping. That's why. This control I'm using needs channel 1 and 2 to be fully useful. There we go. Yay. Sorry it took so long. It's a very unique app. Alright. So, I'm going to go into, does it have classic? Stuff by famous folks in here. Richard Devine. Categories. Let's just do some pads. Alright, so this obviously has got a lot more going on than the XT, XTK, and Microwave 1 and 2. Not just all the controls and stuff at your fingertips, but it's clearly got more effects in it and more fancy routing and a lot of patches done by a lot of famous sound designers and stuff, so it's going to have more oomph than the XT was as far as fancy stuff. But I mean, you can hear the wavetables in there clearly. Mixed with some other types of samples, organic, more organic kind of waves. So yeah, quite a leap forward with some of the stuff. Just go through a few other random ones here. Again, it's looping on the wave table. No, Wagyu, this, my Electron, it's one of those things where it evaporates after a while, because I really haven't used mine for at least a year and a half. I have the model cycles and samples, which are much easier to use. So I could probably pick those up and do some basic stuff on them. But Digitac, Digitone are excellent, but like a lot of people said, at least for me as well, you walk away from it for too long, the paradigm is lost. I got to relearn them. So I will at some point for sure. And earlier I was doing the Microwave XT, so I'm just comparing another wavetable thing, in this case Nave, because I couldn't get to my micro cues way across the room, and the MIDI was inaccessible behind a rack, so I'm doing this instead. The iPad's actually white, just that the lighting looks a little yellow. This is Gen 2 iPad Pro. Last one that had a headphone jack. What's up, Kent? Hey, I missed the whole dog, not a cat thing, so I'll roll with it because I didn't hear the context. So. That one's very weird and glitchy. There's some chords on this one. Oh, I get it. Yeah, Blackadder, I've seen a few episodes, probably season 1 or 2, maybe. I think I downloaded it. I got to catch up on it. It's definitely amusing, very entertaining. My favorite Mr. Bean thing I've seen, that Rowan Atkinson thing, because Mr. Bean just didn't do it for me, but Blackadder was very funny. Let's do another sound check because it sounds a little quiet in the room here. Yeah, that one's very weedy. That's a nice one. Yikes. Cursor stuck here. Come on, cursor. Let's do another sound check. Some of these sound kind of low to me. It's already pretty spacey, but let's feed in a little bit of my SX700. Wacky reverb here. Let's try a few more of these Atmos patches. Short for atmosphere, of course. Home Sweet Home. Kraftwerk tribute. Yeah, vocal ones are pretty cool. Good stuff, good stuff. Let's see, do I have that other one hooked up? I actually do, I think. I'm going to switch to hangout mode for a bit because I'm tired of standing. I'm standing for hours now. And come on and chat for a bit, maybe. Get this microphone situated in a better place. Come on, microphone. Everything's all tangled up. Here we go. Turn that around. A whole bunch of weird rearranging shit today. Okay. Make sure that's showing the right image. It's a little messed up there. I suppose that's good enough. Nice little seat here. Okay. Unfortunately, I got the camera facing the right way, but now the laptop's facing the wrong way, but that's okay. No worries. Alright. What's up, everybody? Come on in and chat if you want. Got the link pinned there. Just hang out here for a while. I'm just going to have some water and just have a sit because I've been on my feet. So that was some Wavetables stuff. Unfortunately, I didn't plan ahead properly. I didn't realize my micro cue was so buried in the stack. Just impossible to move everything to get to the MIDI connector. I did fish out the audio connector, but I couldn't get the MIDI connector. And as a rack, no MIDI, no nothing. So I have to keep looking back and forth because my laptop's over here. So, oh, it's not that vintage. iPad Pro Mark II, version 2, whatever. Last one with a headphone jack. They still put them in regular iPads, but I need the Pro. At the time I needed the horsepower because it was faster, and I also needed the bigger screen for all the control apps and stuff. And it still runs everything I need. I've got it locked pretty much with the apps that I want. So I bought it. I had my other one that I bought a long time ago in a case, and unfortunately, carrying too much stuff, I dropped it. Case protected it, but it cracked the corner. Screen was cracked, still usable, but I was just nervous about the crack spreading and eventually the iPad being unusable. Because some people have like broken phones and broken iPads, and they cut their fingers, and eventually the glass falls out if you're not careful with it. And rather than replacing the screen and risking losing all the stuff I have on it, since a lot of it you can't get anymore, I basically decided to leave it as is. Just be careful with it. But I wanted a second one to carry around and do more stuff with. So I just bought a refurb one for cheap on eBay, so I could continue loading my stuff on there. And I'll probably get another one because I need the headphone jack. It's, as you guys know, Apple doesn't give a shit about musicians using iPads, although there's tons of music apps on it and hardware and everything. But you cannot do proper audio out and MIDI and charge all at the same time. You basically can't even really do audio and MIDI at the same time. Forget the charge. Unless you do Bluetooth, but not everything applies to Bluetooth. And Bluetooth, generally is pretty low latency, but you want the audio to be right on. It's got to be, no glitches, no extra tchotchkes, dongles sticking out of the way. So it's just better to have the damn headphone jack. I could use an interface with it, like a dock, but that's more stuff to carry around, and it's too much hassle. So as long as I can still get something that has a headphone jack, I will use it. But I don't really want a normal iPad anymore. They're just too small. I started with a normal iPad, version 1. Just quickly became too small when I started seeing the iPad Pro and the nice big surface for controlling knobs and sliders and touch areas and stuff, especially on some of the older stuff like the Wolfgang Palm apps that have like little micro joysticks and just all kinds of stuff in there. It's really cool, and it's just too small on a normal iPad, so I'm stuck with the big ones. Wait, what's that, Wagyu? What's pinned? Yeah, the new iPads are great, but no headphone jack, it really messes me up. I gotta have my MIDI and my audio. And I don't want to dock it with a bunch of stuff. So as long as I can get an iPad that has the iPad Pro that works with the apps I need, I'll continue to use it. This thing is still plenty fine. It never chunks on anything. I can load all kinds of crazy stuff, even multiple apps at the same time in the background. They're still sending and receiving audio, FX, things like that, black hole reverb, all kinds of stuff. Loopy Pro, all the Moog stuff, no issues. So obviously, apps in the future are getting more crazy. You need them more horsepower, but so far I haven't needed it. iPad Pro is perfectly fine from, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, whatever it is. But yeah, I was going to buy some of those docks and stuff when the 30 pin was available, and then they quickly switched to Lightning. And I'm glad I didn't buy that stuff, because then I would have been stuck with trying to offload that to somebody else when I upgraded to Lightning gear. And then they went USB-C. And there are dongles, but some of the dock things and stuff, because the connector's designed to seat with the thing, that don't work because they stick out. And there are newer designs that don't require like the sleeve thing where it sticks in there and it doesn't work. But I basically stayed away from some of that stuff just because they upgraded so quickly that stuff became obsolete, and then you got to figure out what to do with the old junk. And I don't mind having old synths and stuff laying around, but having old gear that's not very useful as docks and dongles and stuff like that that's not usable is kind of a pain in the butt. Especially since if you just bought it and then they convert it, that would be really a bummer. Check something here. Okay, what else? Anyone want to jump on the video chat for a bit? Or audio with no picture or whatever? Well, it's just me sitting here, just chilling out. Because it's kind of warm in here now and I'm tired of standing. So I'll be here for a little bit longer. Gotta go get some food. Oh, I don't? Oh, sorry. The I pinned it in the one that failed. I had an audio problem. Sorry. Thanks, Wagyu. Totally forgot. Silly, silly me. There we go. And I can pin it for as long as I'm here. Phew. Sorry about that. Yeah, I was scrambled earlier trying to get all this stuff working, and then I got it working, and then all of a sudden I go, wait a minute, the right channel's not working. And it works fine when I backed out of the StreamYard. And headphones are fine, everything was fine. So there's some kind of a glitch where it didn't recognize the both sides of the headphone as an audio source, an audio destination. So that was fun.
The headphone as an audio source.
What's up?
There I am.
There you are. What's happening?
Hey. I don't put my camera on because you don't want to look at me. Believe me.
Oh, look, no one's winning a beauty contest on these streams. Yeah, so.
I'm sitting here in the dark with, just chilling on a Sunday evening.
Yeah, that's cool.
But hey, thanks for that run through the XT. What memories? I never really gave it the proper due that it deserved, to be honest.
Yeah.
But it was fun playing with it when I had it. And
you did have one.
But I feel like I bought it around 2004, 2005 time frame.
Yeah.
Played with it for a couple of years, and then when I was selling off a bunch of gear to buy my big Tascam desk, I think it was one of the ones to go in that era.
Did you have this one, or did you have the upgradable one?
Well, upgradable to the 30 voices.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one I had then.
This one is older. So this one you can't do that.
The older one.
But I got such a good deal on it, I don't care. And what the hell am I going to do with it? I mean, it's so detailed enough already. I don't need 30 voices, right? I'm not going to do...
My recollection, because I was shopping for that, you're like, oh, there's an upgrade? What can we get? And it was like, the card for upgrade was almost the price of the Waldorf.
There's some knockoff cards, like third-party cards that came out that somebody was selling. And I was all excited, and then I realized, oh, shit, this one doesn't take it.
Yeah.
But it's okay because it's what I got. I got a really cheap deal on it, so I'm not complaining.
And if you care, you go buy another one and put them together, right? Polychain them.
Yeah, exactly. There's so many other things that have wavetables now. It's not as special as it was when it came out.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
I did like as I was saying earlier in the stream, I did like the Microwave 1 a lot with the analog filters. It's awesome. It's all over that Tangerine Dream Melrose album. A lot of presets on there. So I already had heard it a bunch. And then I saw it at Guitar Center, and like I was saying, when I bought my Emax 2 there, the guy was really cool. He let me hook up all kinds of stuff that was around the Emax 2 in the store to come in and sample on my SideQuest drive.
Wow.
So I had, before I bought an O1W, I had that sampled. I had the Microwave 1 sampled a bunch. Obviously, limited amount because there's only 8 meg banks on the Emax 2. But enough to use the sounds for some stuff, enough to get a few landmark, samples from the stuff. Because, it's old school sampling, right? It's based on the speed is the pitch. So it didn't have the Akai tricks that came out later where you could time stretch it.
Right.
So you did have to multi-sample at least a few times to make something usable.
Sure.
But it was fine because that's how everything else worked back then until Akai started breaking the mold. But somebody's here. Sorry. Hello.
Hello.
There he is. What's up?
Hey, hey.
Ah, my
You're
old.
Don't hear your server room.
Yeah.
He's generating heat. He turned all the fans off.
It's getting hot in here just because it's warm outside.
They're still running. My rack is behind my monitor. So.
Oh, cool. So do you have one of these things, Wagyu? Well, you figured you have almost everything, so.
What things?
Microwave XT, Microwave 2, any of those
Oh,
things?
okay. Yeah, I have a Q.
Q.
Q rack.
Q rack, yeah. I got the micro Q that I was trying to hook up earlier, but I got to pull it out and rewire a bunch of stuff because I had forgotten the MIDI had pulled out at one point, and I forgot to go replug it in. So.
I've got the Waldorf M.
Oh, how's that?
It's really fucking cool.
Is it really like a mix of the 1 and the XT and all that stuff, or is it?
It's very much a re-implementation of the Microwave 1.
So analog filters, same wavetables.
Yeah, and a bit of the 2 mixed in, so it's a really cool implementation. Yeah.
Nice.
Vlad has been very active in the thread on GearStuds. GearSpace, whatever it is now.
Yeah,
So yeah, he's
fine.
Well, isn't that what Paulie just did a video on this week?
yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
Yeah.
finally.
Oh, I gotta check that out.
Yeah, it looked like a great box. It's just, I know it's not cheap, so I was like, don't think about it. Off my list.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, I really liked that Microwave 1 when it was on the streets. But it's just so goddamn expensive back then. It was. I could
Microwave
barely
1
afford the Emax.
It's kind of close to be kind of EBG. We have the third wave now as well.
Yeah, third wave. Plus, I have a blow fill, which I like. So,
Sure.
In fact, I got the sample add-on for that. You had to pay for it. I still haven't used it. Have you ever tried that before?
I bought it as well like 2 years ago, and I've still not played with it. to be honest.
I was ready to get the keyboard version to get that because it came with the keyboard version.
Okay.
Yeah, it's free with the keyboard version. But
Yeah. And then, but then I just gave up on the whole thing and went for the sledge instead.
Yeah, I got the sledge as well. So, like I said, I have wavetables all over the goddamn place. So.
That's it.
Well, I only got the sledge a few months ago because I bought it off Kent.
Yeah.
Oh,
Kent
nice.
bought the sledge, and yeah, he passed it to me.
Have you been enjoying that one?
Yeah, I used it on like a hardware jam a few months ago. So yeah, it's pretty good actually.
It's just
It's funny.
So
It's
playable.
cool. It's really cheaply built, but it is fun to use.
It's so playable. That's it.
Yeah,
Everything's
The
right there. Your
knobs.
fingertips and
the
So much-
knobs have
so much
low
power.
turn resistance, which is
If you can, get Jamie's patches for it. They're very good.
Yep, I got those. But
Cool. Yeah, like I said, there's wavetables everywhere these days. So you just throw a stick and you'll hit wavetables.
It's like the conundrum of what will ASM do next? They did the Hydrosynth. What will they do next?
Well, it'd be kind of fun if they hybridize some kind of sampling.
Yeah, big sampler is what I was thinking of. But
Or granular, whatever, whatever they want to do, some hybrid, something or other.
yeah,
Nice.
maybe.
well, what's the limiting factor in the engine right now? That's the question, really.
Yeah, it's not very limited. It's just the types of synthesis it does, I suppose.
It's a great control surface, one of its specialties. Just that nice arpeggiator section and
Yeah.
the quick selects, just like on the... It's like a combination of the Oberheim expander and the V-Synth with those little quick buttons to jump to edit regions and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's very nice.
Well, a desktop unit came up for sale here this week, cheap, and I was like, "Oh, do I? Don't I?" And by the time I thought about it too long, it had already gone. I think so. Like,
How much have you seen it for?
he was asking $500 for a desktop,
Yeah.
and then
I've seen
later
it
on
around the
I
same
thought
price.
he posted that he lowered it down to $450, but somebody had jumped on it,
Yeah, wow.
and we were like, "Oh gosh."
I've seen it incredibly cheap too. It's just
Have
like,
you the desktop? Because they seem to be holding their value when I look at Reverb or wherever. But I'm not. I mean, it's a $750 machine, so $500 isn't a huge difference used versus new. But everything I've heard, quality and all, it stands up. So getting a used unit is not a scary proposition. And yeah, so someday.
yeah, I don't know how chuffs translates to dollars these days, but I've seen a rack unit for around 500. So
Yeah, so that'd be like probably on the order of $600 here. That like $600 to $700 used.
it used
I
to
feel
be
like I'm-
1 to 1. It used to be like one chuff is $1. Yeah,
Oh yeah,
chuffs are stronger these days.
yeah.
Wow. I do like the desktop. I mean, I like pad-based things, obviously, and the fact that it's poly AT pads is nice. And it's portable, but I almost got it, but then my friend got it first, and the lack, it's missing a lot of the knobs and stuff. That makes it a nice control surface, and also that ribbon's killer, right? So
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I got to get the keyboard,
So is the ribbon only in the deluxe or is it in the regular one?
No, it's in the 49. And the great thing about the 49 is it's one-to-one with the keys. So you can play it like a directed, like a Tannery, the ribbon theremin thingy. And it lines up. The deluxe does not line up. So you can't use it as the same way.
Oh, that is time. Because I generally don't think about keyboards anymore, because I really can't play. But for something extra like that isn't.
Well, I can't play them well either. So
I mean, I physically can't.
I know for different reasons, but I just
Yeah, I would if I could. But,
the only reason I bought all these keyboards is because that's what was available for a lot of these things. Some never had rack versions.
oh yeah.
Some had the control surface or the ribbon or the stick or whatever I was into at the time.
Sure.
And then after a while, I'm like, yeah, how many keyboard stands can I put in here? Not that many. So racks were sensible. So all this shit back here is racks, and I have a bunch of racks over there. Just because, there's nowhere to put anything after a while.
Yeah, I just go for racks because I've seen the Ultimate Studios pictures where people have millions of keyboards. And it's just...
Yeah.
You could be so much more efficient if you just had rack mount stuff. If there is a rack mount version available. If you had
If it's
a rack
available, and if it has some of the goodies, like the D550
yeah,
is not as usable as the D50. The control surface is different.
true.
So that's one of the problems. Or you can get
I
like
think my perfect thing is racks with full controls that you can edit. The
Yeah.
sound.
like the Fismo had a perfect rack. That's why it's so expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and it was just as ugly. So
That and demand.
But weirdly, you
Yeah.
can do a rack chop of the Fizbo keyboard. That is
Yeah.
fairly similar to the rack.
I was never that industrious. I almost did it with one thing and realized the PC board was so big. The rack was the K1000. The rack would have been so big. It's like, what's the point? You know, it's just a
Well,
giant module.
There's like 7 or 8 versions of the K1000 back anyway. So,
Well, that was before I got into those. So I have a few of those old racks. The
okay.
the PX, the
Yeah.
HX, the PX, all those different expanders. But then the 1200 came out as well, and that's faster, has some more features, and slightly different sounds in the ROM. So it doesn't quite replace it. It added some stuff, but there's some sounds that weren't on the 1200. I was kind of bummed about it. Like, God damn it, now I have to track down an old expander. And then I finally got the 1000 like last year at my favorite used store. It just showed up. I go, oh shit, there's one of these here. So I had to get it because it was so cheap. But there's so many things that don't have the controls. Like the K1 that I bought originally when I bought my Emacs, so I could use that as a controller.
Mm-hmm.
The K1 rack doesn't have the joystick. The K1 module does. So if I can't get a rack version, I'll at least try to get a module version. But again, those weren't that popular for a while. Now modules, the standalone modules, are kind of more common than racks. But
Yeah.
Dave is waiting
just
to get
depends.
let in.
oh, so really? I don't see anyone here. I just have 3 of us here.
Oh, there's a comment in the chat. Let me in.
There's a K150 for sale here in a few days. The additive synth.
I never dove into the Kurzweil. That's
Oh,
a
150,
skirt
huh?
proposition.
Yeah.
Yeah, 150 would be weird. I'd be scared that it would break and never be fixed. But
You need an
150
Apple
cent.
to like, load software and stuff. There's like an
Yikes.
Apple II program.
I wonder if Apple II emulator would work.
Well, it comes with an Apple II included, so it's like,
Oh, it comes with it. Oh, I see. Okay, right.
yeah.
Because all my friends who had Apple IIs that I grew up with, everyone either they broke or they
To
sold.
be
them
honest,
or
it's so
whatever it was.
incredibly rare that I think the one on YouTube is the one that's being sold. So,
It's the same one.
yeah.
There's a great SoundCloud demo of a bunch of stuff of it. Probably from that same one.
I mean, I looked at it before and it was like for sale at like a higher price. I didn't find the sounds very interesting, to be honest.
Yeah, they're probably nothing like a K3 or a K5000, right?
No. Like K250 is incredibly interesting.
Yeah, I've been wanting one of those since I saw them in the store and Paul Schaefer was playing it.
Yeah.
But when I looked at them, they were like $12,000 initially,
Yeah.
right?
They're one of those big Halo type synths, like a Fairlight or a sync.
Oh, yeah. And they sampled too, which is cool. A lot of people never use them for sampling, but they did.
Yeah.
So I was all over those things, and that's why the 1000 was attractive, because I wanted a lot of those core sounds from it.
Yeah.
And so that wet my whistle, that got me going. But 250 has always been great, and there've been a couple that were available, but just either the timing wasn't right, I didn't have the money, or they were like local pickup only. It's like, well, do I want to drive to New Jersey to get a K250? I could have if I planned a road trip around it, but then just my luck, something's wrong with it, and I got to drive it back. And
Well, I'd have to go and to a different city to pick up this K150, but I just don't think it's that interesting sound. To be honest.
yeah, the sounds I heard were okay, but they're not like groundbreaking. So.
It's really rare, but it's not
Yeah.
that really interesting. Although you do get free like Apple II GS.
Oh, a 2GS, not a 2E?
I think, well, maybe a 2E.
Probably 2E, yeah.
Something like that, by the way.
You got to get the special 2GS WAS edition.
Okay.
You ever see those before?
So,
It's just
I
the
mean,
same
Apple-
shit with slightly different
Apple-
color with WAS written on it. Yeah.
because apples were so expensive in Europe, it's just like nobody really had them. We have the monochrome stuff, like business owners and things. It's all like Amiga and SC.
Yeah, it's weird because those Atari STs and the Commodore 64s were here. They just weren't common. Like, I didn't know anyone that had one.
Bizarre. It's like American companies.
Dave
Yeah.
says he's backstage.
Wildly popular. American.
Do you see the chat?
Yeah. Hey. Sorry about that. I was distracted. I have my stupid laptop over here now, so I'm not watching like I should be.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
I put the mic on. Woohoo!
Where's Cleo?
Oh, I don't know. Let's see. I'm sure she'll show up here. Where are you, Cleo?
Are you on the Clio wing?
Yeah, I'm within clear reach. Yeah, I'm in the. Yes, this is my wing. For sure. Oh, I just finished my hardware jam. Got it uploaded.
Did you play any drums on it with your drum kit?
Nah, honestly, it really wasn't that polyrhythmic either. I couldn't.
It's tricky.
It was a little bit. Well, it was funny. I forgot how to set the individual steps on the drum machine, and I pulled out the manual, and it didn't help. Well, it just. Yeah, I need to go back. I mean, I've done it before. I just haven't done it.
You're talking about the Drum Brute Impact?
Yeah.
Does it handle alternate meters?
I just wanted to set the steps, like the 6 steps, or.
Okay, but I mean, does it even support that alternate meter stuff, or is it stuck with 4/4?
It's got some kind of polyrhythmic feature, but I've never used it. Or, if I could have just set the steps, it would have been perfect. And then I could switch and stuff. That's what the hardware jams are supposed to do, is keep you from forgetting that I did. So.
Well, if you never do it, though, it's just one of those things.
Yeah, I just don't do it. Well, I was for a while. Honestly, after there was a hardware jam where we did it, and then I started doing a lot of 6 steps and 5 on a lot of my songs, and it was really cool. And then I forgot how to do it, so that's okay.
Yeah, I haven't even started mine, but it's pretty straightforward on the Machina Plus from what I've read. So I'll probably do a hybrid 4/4/5/4 polyrhythm, which just give you a little bit of mojo in there, just a little something, not whacked out.
I mean, I threw some triplet like stuff in some of the like one of the sequence or something. I don't know. I was really excited. No. It's fine. Nobody cares.
The polyrhythm, you got to sync back on the one.
Yeah.
Oh no, Manny! I don't tell me that. I don't have any money. I can't go to get a cool Kurzweil in L.A.
yeah, exactly. Don't tell us.
It's bad enough I spent the money on the SY99 I didn't have. So, but thanks. It's a good idea if I had the money.
Yeah, I tried to do hardware jumps this evening, kind of. Well, Kent was streaming, but I have like 3 Electron boxes. I disconnected the clocks, so.
Oh, those are wicked for polyrhythms, yeah.
Well, yeah. So I disconnected the clocks. I had one like 27. I did a 96 is the Basta BPM. I did like a disconnect with 3 boxes, but some of them got jammed down. So it's kind of a bit. But yeah, you can have start-stop syncing, but not the clock being set to the next box. So.
Yeah, I started to run out of time. Well, I got a late start. Usually I like to do them on Saturdays, but then I thought I wasn't going to do it. Then I pulled the Sub 37 out right here, and I was kind of having fun with it. So I was like, well, I'm going to do a jam. I don't know if it's going to be real polyrhythmic, but.
I've had polymeters of
polymeters. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be polyrhythmic or polymeter. Yeah, that was the rule. So
that's true.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm sure I didn't.
Polyrhythmic is kind of difficult, but polymeters is kind of easy. So. I did polymeters like August last year, so it's like I should try polyrhythm this time.
What's the difference? I should know.
Polymeters is like the same BPM, but different length sequences. So they
like 5 and 4.
yeah, so they like eventually
Mm-hmm.
start again. Like eventually they sync.
Yeah, that. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, polyrhythms. You have different length sequences running at different BPMs. So every iteration they sync back on beat one.
Yeah, I definitely was doing polymeter then. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I said it. Well, I meant this. I don't know what I ended up doing.
Like if you had 16
What
step
do
and 8 step, then
Yeah.
8 step would be running at twice the BPM.
Yeah.
Sorry, 16 step would be running at twice the BPM to get back on step one at the same time.
Oh, yeah. I probably do some of that stuff. Sometimes I don't even realize it, But yeah, I had the drum brute impact, I think at 48 steps. Because I know how to do 16, 32, 48, or 64 real easy. It's shortening, the steps on one of the pattern that I forgot. And it is like an alternate command thing. You got to press this and do that. Unfortunately, because it's not a big deal. It's not real complicated, I remember. But then I started reading the manual, getting distracted, and I was like, oh man, I didn't know we could do that.
I hear Cleo.
Oh, there she is. Yeah. Yeah. Boy.
I worked out I could maybe try like 16 steps at 96 BPM, 13 steps at 78 BPM, and 9 steps at 50 raw BPM. And that should, in theory, sync back on one. So.
Yeah. I guess you could see I wasn't a math rock drummer. But,
Well, the crazy thing is that Adam Neely talk, where he talks about how polyrhythms and chords and stuff are all and melody are all the same thing. Different speeds, they all add up, and with the harmonic ratios and stuff, you take a polymetric thing and you speed it up, and you can build chords with meters at super high speed. It's the craziest shit.
yeah, that's weird.
It's based on stuff that whatchamacallit. Oh, you got it. See, Cleo corrected me there.
Yeah,
It's
corrects me a lot.
what the hell is that? My brain is fried today. The Greek guy with the right triangle. What the fuck's his name?
Isosceles? No.
No, the
Aristotle?
no. It's
It's,
God damn, my brain is fried today.
I'm starting to sound like an American.
Pythagoras. Yeah, Pythagoras actually did some studies in some of these weird math things way back when. And then Isaac Newton was also studying applying colors to certain sounds to certain colors, etc. And it's kind of funny because even though it's random, some of that stuff actually worked. Like, what was it? Was it a 5/4 with a 4/4 polymeter or something like that? It turned out to be orange. I don't know. You got to watch Adam Neely's talk. It's a whole long crazy ass, coming to a conclusion at the very end. It's one of the weirdest talks I've ever seen on music and mathematics and stuff.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. It's the same theory on how the that Moog. Getting my brain is fried today. The Moog that has all the crazy. It's the Mother series, but it's the one with the extra weird split rhythms and split meters and stuff. You had one of those, Dave, didn't you? The little Mother. It's not Mother 32. Subharmonicon.
Yeah.
So if you screw with the subharmonicon with different speeds, with different meters going at once, you can, and you speed stuff up, you can approximate some of the stuff he talks about in that lecture. It's very strange.
Well, I could have used stuff, wouldn't even have.
You didn't keep it?
Oh, no. I don't. when I use it, it's trying to use so build everything. It, uh, waste I
I don't know if it's my signal or yours, but you're dropping in and out with your audio or
It's
something.
yours.
Okay.
The video's okay, but your audio keeps dropping out.
Yeah, let me move in a second. Give me a minute.
But yeah, good stuff. Good fun. So I'll have to start attacking mine at some point. Not sure when I have time to do it, but
You're going to use the what's it called again? The all-in-one box, the Sheena.
yeah, just because when I have to do stuff last minute, it's my go-to. I can't easily hook a bunch of stuff up without planning it properly. So that's why my old jams, I had more time. I'd sit there on the table and hook a bunch of shit up and get my MIDI splitters and like the virus and a bunch of stuff and get all the multi-timbre parts figured out and all that. That was fine when I had more time to do that, but lately I just haven't had time to do all that stuff. So
That's the major time thing for me. It's like I spent 1 or 2 days, not like one day thinking about what gear I ought to use.
Yep.
Another day actually trying to hook up the gear and plug it together.
and get it working and errors and glitches.
Yeah, exactly.
And so when you can have the time, it's awesome. I love doing that stuff. But that's why all my older jams are that way. But then lately, I mean, probably the last at least 10 or 15 jams were all done within 2 hours from scratch. Because Machina Plus is so goddamn fast. Even though I have no thing built, it's so crazy. Because I just pick a scale, I quickly pick a bunch of instruments. If I don't have something for the challenge, I'll quickly go to like Piano Book and get some contact libraries for free that I need instruments for that I don't have. You know, now I have like steel drums and all that stuff all over the place, but for a while I didn't. So I had like taiko drums, steel drums, all kinds of stuff I got off these free contact libraries. So now I don't have to go looking so much anymore. I already have them on there. So if I need to pull from that, and pull from that. And just because the pads are so good and combining live play with arpeggios and all kinds of stuff, it's really easy to get grooves going pretty fast. You know.
Yeah.
So I like using other stuff, but sometimes just don't have the time. So if I want to get anything done, I kind of use that. I have to use that box. You know.
Well, they engineered it well.
They really did. I like the Force a lot, but it's still been in a case for a good year or two. I mean, I even took the Force to SIGGRAPH one year, just to have some downtime and sit there and chill out, and got a little portable MIDI controller in the box with it, so I could play keys and not just doing pads. And I was making tracks on that thing with a battery pack and all that. It was great fun, but it's a big sucker, right? And you got to have a fancy battery pack because it's like a laptop. It needs 19.6 volts or whatever.
I've got the Force, but I've really not learned it yet.
Yeah, it's cool. It's just, and I bought the upgrades for it. I bought the FM synth for it, and the piano library and the string library and stuff. Those are all very, very nice. And then when they finally added the hard disk streaming, that's cool because I put a SATA drive in there. So it's fully loaded to go crazy with. I want to try and do some Nick Trakakis kind of stuff because he turned that thing into a fucking instrument. I mean, his layout and his methods are very cool. I mean, he doesn't play enough varied stuff. He has kind of a niche he plays in. But the layout he's created with a 64-part drum kit, all with different effects and triggers on each one to do different types of sounds on the fly. And the way he's mapped the knobs, those little touch knobs, you could just sit there and just do crazy stuff really fast.
David's back.
Oh, sorry. But
You're in my head.
Yeah, so-
Karen also really made great use of the Force of the Blackpool E-Line.
yeah, I mean, see, he gravitated to that, and it's a great. If I didn't have the Machina Plus, I'd be all over the Force. But
Yeah.
it's more work, more menu diving. The pads aren't as good. The libraries are, pretty good, but God, the Native Instruments has such great instruments, and that Realm reverb is so good.
Yeah.
And
well, that's
and
the thing.
just
If you're deep in the NI verse, what you have at your disposal for a Machina is ridiculous, right?
yeah, and if I do want to run it like a Machina docked, like Mark III, I can use it in that mode with the computer, and link it with any other VST I have, which is really powerful. I just don't do that.
Yeah.
Because I like the standalone option, but you're not stuck with standalone only. It's fully functional as a Mark III Machina thing. So it's
but standalone is what Native Instruments provides, right?
well, it's natively in that mode, but when you dock it with a computer, it's the same as using a Machina Mark III. So I can use it with all the Arturia stuff and third-party stuff here and there, and no limitation on the effects because the computer is way more powerful than my Machina Pluses.
Yeah.
So if I needed all that power and all that oomph and wanted to mix and match a bunch of crap,
Okay.
and like the GeForce stuff and all that, it would be amazing. But again, that's more time, more layouts, more practicing, more.
Sure.
Just
But
don't have the
but
time.
the thing is that what I was wondering was that the Machina Plus have the like ROM and replica and the Native Instruments.
It has the core stuff. So you have
Core.
you have FM8, Contact, Monarch, Prism, and Reactor of all things, which is great. Reactor's got crazy shit in it.
Reactor's nuts. Yeah.
I was really happy when they had it. I thought, they're not going to put Reactor. Oh, they do have it in here, and that just goes nuts for like ambient stuff and sound effects and weird things.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in the Reactor verse and you just go download, it's like a universe of bajillion patches that people have made and share. Okay, same kind of thing, right?
Yeah, and the same with the Contact libraries. Like I said, if these jams come up and I go, they need those kind of instruments. Oh fuck, I don't have that. No, let me go look and do a quick search wherever for like free Contact libraries. Because I don't know I know Native ES has made a bunch of Contact libraries. He actually puts them on Piano Book for free.
Oh, really? Yeah.
And one of these days it'll be fun to learn how to make that. But I heard it's a lot of work. So
A
I'd
library
rather just
versus you're talking about just versus an ensemble or something like that.
to make the actual NKI, whatever they're called, Contact libraries.
Yeah.
And it'd be awesome to know how to do that, but I think it's just too much work. I'll just scavenge what other people have.
I'll put samples across the keyboard, and build up an instrument like that. But
well, it's good at loading one shots too. I don't have to use Contact. I can actually pull the SD card out, go to my computer, chop a bunch of shit, throw it up on the thing as a bunch of one shots,
right.
And I navigate to the one shot section of Contact, and I can map like whatever. So that's how I made that water one a while back with all the sounds from my bathroom. It's just a bunch of set recordings I did in the bathroom.
Yeah.
In like 5 minutes, and then quickly chopped them up, dumped them on the card, and just started making the music. And because the show was already on when I was making that one. So.
Yeah. That's what I'll do. I call it spraying the keyboard, but I'll go into a folder of samples and just dump as many as Contact will let me put across the keys, and then randomly trigger them in VCV and have fun.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I see stuff for sample for Contact player. I think okay, fair enough. It's just like if you need full Contact space.
Yeah, you got to have, unfortunately, and that's the thing. I don't have the newest Contacts, so I can't do it in 7. But I can build instruments in 6, and I've done that. But it's just another way to play samples, and I've got.
That's essentially what you have on Machina Plus is the Contact player. It's not fully functional, but it plays everything I throw at it, so it's great.
Right.
But I also have all the NI libraries too, so if I wanted to, I could, go in the computer, make a bunch of stuff, and then move them over to the counterparts on. But again, it's just more time, so it's easier just to get the pre-made instruments ready to go, and then just make stuff.
Sure. A lot of times it's just a simple tweak of something existing is perfect, and you don't have to.
This is epic guitar library I found. It's amazing with like chunka guitars and leads and crazy distorted stuff. Some beautiful guitars, and using the pads in a certain way with or without an arpeggiator in a certain scale. It's glorious. It's about as close to guitar as I could get without touching the guitar. So.
Yep. And even like we were talking about playing with hardware rack units and all like that. I'll sequence one of my little 1Us up and just put an LFO on the mod wheel. And a lot of the patches, the mod wheel is like magic.
Yeah, definitely.
Imagine if it was a D-beam. Wow.
Yeah, D-beam would be nice. They unfortunately they can't license that from Roland on NI, but that'd be nice to have that as well. The ribbon is good.
Yeah, I feel like Roland's license ran out.
I don't think anyone likes it because everyone made fun of it.
Well,
although it's actually useful, people made fun of the damn thing.
Yeah, but I feel like Roland's license ran out or something. There's originally like interactive lights or something.
I wish they would. I mean, I was bummed when all that Alesis technology went. The AXYZ domes. Those are even better than a D-beam.
Yeah.
And nobody ever used them but Alesis. So you got to just buy some old thing that has it on there. I found one keyboard controller that has it, so you can use it for MIDI, not just those effects and the synth boxes.
Yeah.
It's actually a Photon X25 controller. And so you can use that proper dome thingy for MIDI control. It's great.
I've got 5 of the air effects.
They're fun. I mean, I like the combo. The synth and the effects are great.
Yeah.
But for most people, I think the effects are more useful.
Mm-hmm.
There are, I think, the last 5 or 10 presets on the synth are effects. So you're not just stuck with synth sounds. And I can't remember, are the ends of the air effects, are those synth sounds? Did they reverse that?
Air effects is...
Do they have any at the end that are synthy sounds?
Yeah, a few of them, yeah.
Yeah, so they did that with both of them. They flipped them.
They also have air synth, which is more synth-based.
It's the same thing with the Mini KP. The last 10 presets on the Mini KP are actual synthesizer sounds. So you're not just using effects.
But there's like an air synth, which is also like the D-beam style thing.
Oh, that's what I was talking about. Yeah.
Yes, it's much rarer, to be honest. I've never seen it sale.
I was able to buy 2 when they were not so rare, but I've never seen any since. They're super, super rare.
Yeah, they're not very common.
The same with the air effects. Not air effects. What the hell is that thing called? Mod effects. The mod effects pedals, like Bitterman, phase, filter. Those also became super rare.
Yeah, I've got a few of them.
And there's really cool.
Bitterman and phase effects.
Yeah, phase is good. Filter's nice because you can add a filter to anything. Doesn't have a filter.
AC power input as well.
Bitterman's the best.
Yeah.
But that one's
Weird,
super
like
rare.
VGA connectors between the two.
Yeah, they can just dock them all, but that's not. I never tried it, but that's not for power, right? That's just the signal path, right?
I think so. Yeah, it's like a VGA connector.
I think they all need their own power supply.
Yeah, they do.
Because these Alesis guys, I got a million of these Alesis things. They don't give you much juice.
But for signal, audio signal,
just the path, yeah.
It's like a 15-pin DIN.
It's smart though because those little reversed lug things on guitar pedals are kind of bulky and stick out, So when you smash those together, they're very sleek.
Yeah, some guitar pedals. Most modern guitar pedals have the connectors on the back, I suppose.
Yeah, some of the some do for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's really weird. But why do they have like VGA connectors?
It's Alesis, man. They were always doing their own shit, which is why I liked them so much.
But then they have AC.
Yeah, that's the biggest failure is everything's AC.
Yeah.
And it's like, don't do that. Because then I actually figured when I was working at Apple, when I started collecting the air synth and air effects, and making plenty of money to buy stupid shit, I discovered this before power banks got as common as they are. and I discovered a power bank that was high enough to do a 12-volt power, like it simulated a car battery. And then I was able to use a mini inverter with the battery pack and power the air synth and air effects on the go. Because that's the only way to do it, right? You can buy really nice. I use them for my telescope and some other stuff for field use. Built-in inverters in these battery packs at Amazon. They're like the size of a book. Yeah. And they have built-in AC adapter thing in there. So you're all ready to go. You just charge it up and plug it in and it'll power anything. But back then they didn't have that. So I had this like cobbled together stupid ensemble just to play Elisa's stuff on the go. It's so dumb, right?
Also, like the quad reverb, it's like a big, weird, giant brick plus a DIN connector. It's like, oh God. Just give us a
quad reverb had a funky connector too. I mean, the quad reverb had like a DIN 3 power connector that was also AC.
A giant brick type thing.
And the wedge also had an AC power adapter, and it's a weird shape. And it had, again, AC. Everything was AC.
Yeah.
But then did the Micron have a DC? I think they broke the mold with the Micron. So. Was that AC also?
I don't have a Micron, but I have an Ion. But I think it's a
I know. Yeah, the Ion is a normal IAC connector, but I have a Micron here, but it's under a bunch of stuff. I think the Ion actually was the only one that had a DC connector. I have to double check that. I mean the Micron. Which made sense because it was super portable. So to make that also AC was dumb, you know.
There's also some like Alliance that came with Akai sign where they have the Miniac, which is
when Newmark bought them, right?
Yeah. So the Miniac is very Micron-esque.
It's essentially a rebranded Micron. It's got the same controls. I think the same patches even. It's a rebadge. It's pretty funny. But they wouldn't remake the Ion. They just remade the Miniac, the Micron to the Miniac. But yeah, they were great. I mean,
the Ion guy went on to work for Apple in like product design.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He has like a website, and he was saying he was doing Apple stuff. So.
Huh. Yeah, it's funny. Hey, speaking of weird stuff, remember that thing? It was that Super Booth. It was supposed to be like a tying-based thing. Was that Taiho Yamada or one of those guys making that thing? You know what I'm talking about? It's like a little.
Yeah.
When is that coming out? You ever heard anything about that?
Well, how do you mean? When is it coming out?
Well, it was a prototype, but he was supposed to work on it and release it at some point, but.
Wave Razor is the last thing I know Taiho Yamada worked
on. I might be confusing guys. Was it Yamada that made that, or was it the other guy?
Taiho Yamada made Wave Razor, which is a VST.
No, I have that, but I mean that weird thing that was a Super Booth. You know, the little tiny thing, metal tines. It's like it was an electromechanical thing, controlled by MIDI.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm talking about? It's.
Do you mean Korg based?
It might have been Korg based. I can't remember. Who's that guy?
Taiho Yamada is the ex-Alesis guy.
Alesis guy, okay, right.
Andromeda and...
Who's the Korg guy who did all the vocals and stuff? What's his name?
Yeah,
I forgot his name.
You're talking about Tatsu Yamada.
That's it.
Yeah, he made a physical keyboard mechanism type thing.
That's it. Yeah. Yamada, that's the guy.
And he left Korg for a while. I worked for Red Bull, doing weird oscillators.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And then he came back to Superbooth last year. Did a physical prototype.
That's the thing. Yeah, that weird physical modeling / physical thing. It looked really clever. It's probably one of those things just never come out, unfortunately.
Yeah, it seems like a experimental thing, which maybe will not make it to a God product. You never know. But
it just smacks me of the old days of Alesis and when they just made weird shit, you know.
he's now head of Korg Berlin, so Korg got him back on board. Yeah, he was behind like the original art, like Odyssey redesign.
Yeah, that's right.
The monologue, the
Monologue, mini log, Volcas.
log, exactly. The original Volcas. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah,
Yeah,
I get those
who
names
knows?
mixed up sometimes.
Yeah, who knows what stuff, but you know. But yeah, there's been a lot of stuff from like Korg, West Coast these days with like the Wave State, Mod Wave, these kind of things. Because Korg West Coast things.
Yeah, I have an Op 6, but I haven't. It's been sitting with a cover on it for about at least 6 months. I haven't touched the damn thing, so I like it, but I just
Yeah.
I tried it for a couple days and put it away.
I got a Wave State that kind of frustrated for years with the form factor. I was going to cut it up.
It's menu divey as shit. I mean, I like that. I played it when it released it at NAMM. It sounds great because I love WaveStation. I mean, I have the WaveStation AD and the SR.
Yeah, me too.
And I love the whole WaveStation concept. So the way they crammed even more stuff in there was cool, but man, it's just cramped and menu divey and it's
I
nuts.
just thought at first how they didn't let you load your own waveforms, but they updated the OS so you can do that. Yeah.
Oh. And of course, the
Like
iPad
originally-
version is great of the WaveStation because you can see all the slices.
Yeah.
And it's got all the damn cards forever loaded in there, so it's really powerful. Plus, they have the XY pad,
Mhm.
like a Chaos pad thingy for playing as well as, you know, effects.
Yeah,
and
when
stuff.
the,
It's really cool.
when the WaveState came out, only the patch designers had access to basically upload waveforms into it.
Yeah.
They updated the OS to allow anyone to do that.
Have you tried that?
To be honest, no, because I only updated the OS recently because
Oh,
I ordered the when the Mac versions came out.
okay.
The WaveState Op6 and Modwave had FAQ versions now
Right.
this year. So I ordered those immediately. And I had a WaveState keyboard already. So
Right.
I'm going to send that to Inky.
Oh, nice.
So I decided to update the OS. And it was a real pain in the ass, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, it's Raspberry Pi, right? So it's...
Yeah, it is, but the recent update it didn't work from updating the OS. I had to get like a custom Flash thing to update to a version that would then be able to be updated by the latest updater,
Wow.
kind of thing. So it's annoying, but anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I do want to get a
Yeah.
mod wave at some point because now both my DW8000s are toast, and that's a nice approximation of a DW8000 and some
Yeah,
other shit.
yeah.
So it'd be nice to have that. Although DSS1 is basically DW8000 with sampler, so I kind of already have it. But the new mod wave stuff is kind of cool too, I think.
yeah, I did want to get an EX8000 a while ago, but I missed
Yeah,
out.
those are hard to find now. I should have bought when I started collecting the DW. I should have gotten the EX because they're really hard to find now.
Yeah,
And I don't know what's wrong with these. I could have had the same problem on the EX. Who knows what it is? You know, because they both kind of died around the same time in the same way.
all right.
And the only difference was they worked, and then I put them aside for a while, and then turned them on, and they didn't work. And I did the factory reset. I tried loading the patches. I tried doing this and that, all these song and dance things, and just nothing.
Yeah, it's annoying.
So it's funny because people go, "Oh, analog stuff dies; it's expensive." Well, so's digital when it's old digital. You know.
Yeah, everything dies.
So, yeah.
It's annoying.
I think-
you know. worry
I
about.
think Allison could fix it. I asked her about it at one point when she's not busy, and she's just down the road. I can probably have Allison fix it for me when I have some money.
You know, when I was a kid, I thought like a robot would last forever. Like a robot could live for 1,000,000 years. But it's not the case.
Well,
Like,
the movies make it look like that.
yeah. Capacitors and batteries just fuck up.
Yeah. Did you see?
They live less than the human does.
Did you see that new robot? The Boston Dynamics did. Yeah, it's really scary looking.
It's only a matter of time, isn't it? Before they...
Oh yeah. If they can make it, where the software is stable, and it can learn how to repair itself. Holy shit.
Well, if you look at the evolution between Atlas and that thing, it's going to become like a Terminator-style skeleton. And then
Yeah.
the way, just even over 1 year ago, the way AI has evolved, it's so fast.
Yeah, and it's currently being used for so much dumb shit too. It's funny.
Yeah, and the annoying thing is that the current AI, the current way that AI is implemented is not really an AI that's conscious in any way. It's just intelligent through brute force. So we're going to
get the large language model shit. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're just going to get automatons that are more intelligent than us, but don't have any kind of conscious thought.
Well, look, the singularity's coming in. What is it, 2029? And I just take it to mean that whatever state AI is in, it's going to be slammed together with humans. And
yeah. Speaking of Kurzweil, right? There's Kurzweil right there, Mr. Singularity.
Yeah. So the main barrier in front of AI right now is all the stupid, like Robocop 2 style rules they put in front of the answers it gives.
Well, that was Asimov rules. He started it.
Well, Asimov rules are a good thing, but
yeah,
they've just added so many like bullshit things. Like it's like Robocop 2, where he has like 235 directives.
Yeah.
And whenever you speak to ChatGPT, you know it's being moderated by all these millions of different rules saying don't say about X, Y, and Z.
I love the loophole in RoboCop though, where his directive 4 and he goes, "You're fired," and then it disappears.
Well, I think about the 2001 and 2010 loophole with when the AI was given conflicting, directions. Its solution was just to kill the humans. So.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Although in 2010, I just recently watched that again. He's actually pretty nice. They woke him up. He understands what's going on. He goes, "I'm not going to. What's happening? Why are you guys leaving without me?" And he didn't go nuts. He put up with it. So. Yeah, and this whole bullshit with Elon Musk and all of his nonsense, and then who's going to trust anyone remotely associated with that guy to go inside your brain?
Yeah, that wouldn't be a beast. You have to be insane to be. It's
so dumb. And who wants to hurry that along? I don't even want the Apple Vision thing or the Google Glass or to be like half cyborg super nerd walking around. And then now you have it surgically implanted in your head. What a terrible idea.
Well, I was very interested in this, 25 years ago. Jesus Christ. 25 years ago now. Because there was a guy, he was a Canadian university guy who implanted electrodes in his skin and that kind of thing. And he used to be always stopped through airport security. So he couldn't understand what the hell's going on.
Yeah, yeah.
This guy a VR headset on his head.
He's like malfunction.
Yeah, exactly. So, but he's like a pioneer. But it's just like this is.
I mean, you need guys like that, I guess. But I wouldn't want to be anywhere near that. So.
And even ECG stuff, measuring the brain.
Yeah.
We had PC peripherals doing this like 2008, and you had to think in a certain way to control games in a certain way. So OCZ had a NIA neural interface activator, like acceptance, and it's like a thing you could buy, but you had to think in a certain way to control the game. So
I have the NeuroSky thing, the Bluetooth headset that came with that little thing where you control the fan speed and the ball hovers.
Yeah.
And then you use that NeuroSky to interact with that brain interface from Sound Machines, the Italian modular company.
Sure.
And you can actually control your modular synth with your EEG. And I misplaced the box. I got to start playing with it again. But it's pretty fun. It obviously can't. It's not sophisticated enough to process brain signals to make music because it's too chaotic.
Sure.
So what they end up doing, it reads all the standard major waves, alpha, theta, all that kind of stuff. But it basically creates an activity wave and a resting wave. And so activity is everything from like scrunching your face up to blinking fast to looking around. Your brain is going crazy doing that, and it's taking that information and using it to do like tweaking LFOs and stuff like that on your thing.
Exactly, yeah.
And then the calm one is to more like have things slow down and mellow out, and for like ambient stuff.
So when Gen Pop think about this thing, they think you imagine some kind of amazing thing.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And the synthesizer makes it.
Well, they had proper EEG synths back in the 70s, even a little earlier than that. I read a monograph on that when I was in college. I actually photocopied it. I have it somewhere. And it was really cool, but it's using like a $100,000 EEG system, which nobody can afford. So, but they were doing some serious, they hooked it up to real modular synthesizers of the day, and were literally making music with it. But it was just so fucking hard to get it to do something that's not just weird-ass aleatoric nightmare, you know.
Yeah, of course, it's the same as today, you know. It's like you imagine brain interface means your imagination is manifested in some kind of musical form, but that's not the case. It's like you have to train your brain to think in a certain way to control action.
Sure. Yeah, it's weird because, you know, we're just not, you know, used to that in normal life. Everything's done automatically for you. You don't think about shit. And so now you have to think about, ooh, if I did this. But, you know, it's similar to the people who have to learn how to use the robot prostheses, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Where they have to concentrate, I'm faking my muscles to make the hand think I'm doing this. And it really works at some point. They finally train it to work. So it's kind of like that, but it's much harder to do anything creative that sounds good versus moving muscles in your arm, you know.
So some people learn to see with their tongue.
Yeah.
So they've got electrode interface on their tongue and plug into a camera, and they can learn to see via impulses in the tongue.
That's a new form of synesthesia.
Weird. But their brain eventually adapts. You know?
Yeah, it's crazy stuff. I mean, I all that tech stuff is very interesting. It's just, who wants to be the guinea pig, you know?
Exactly. So
exactly.
Like when I first heard this Musk stuff, it's just like,
especially that fucking guy. He can't even get a Cybertruck to work.
No,
I mean, they cut so many corners.
That's it.
Yeah.
But they cut so many corners on that Cybertruck that have recalls now, and they're constantly failing left and right. And they only got like, I don't know, a couple thousand out there already. That's it. And the wait list for Cybertrucks is already 7 years long at current rate of dispersal. So,
well, the competition will come along and crush them.
The great thing is there is no competition. I mean, they showed the Cybertruck going off-roading with other trucks. It could not clear a hill. Right? A 4Runner goes right by it.
Oh yeah.
A Subaru goes right by it. Not even a truck. A Subaru like mini SUV. And the Cybertruck is like stalling out on the hill. It can't do it.
Right.
And it's like, so how are you going to survive the zombie apocalypse if you can't even clear a fucking hill? You know? It's crazy. And it's not a truck. It has so little room in the bed in the back.
They're going to do it
to carry anything. But I love the fact that the EU banned it. It's not allowed in the EU because it has so many safety violations. Like when you put the entire interface for your car into a screen, there's no like quick adjustment for AC, no quick adjustment for the radio, no quick adjustment for everything, for cruise control, all the stuff you take for granted. Your vents. It's all robot controlled vents. You can't control your vents.
Yeah.
And
for
the door,
me, I don't have good tactile control of touch screens.
Yeah.
So
the door mechanism,
I need to have, a real functioning knob, button, whatever.
They're getting in the cold weather. They're getting frozen electronic doorknobs, so they have to use an app to open their door. It's like that's so. How does the safety violations are so bad? How did they even get past any inspections?
Well, we know the answer to that, but anyway.
Well, yeah, but you obviously pay a lot of money. But I mean, when so many things are being scrutinized, still, red flags all over the place. Some people, as soon as they drove off the lot, they get the flashing red screen, the car's dead. One guy went to the beach with his family, decided to hose out the back of the truck with the sand, and he forgot to put the car in car wash mode.
Yeah.
And the car died, and he voided his warranty. $100,000 car, he voided his warranty.
Oh, my.
So I love the fact, because all the Elon fans are usually stupid idiots that don't understand what grifting is and liars and cheaters. They just idolize the guy like a deity. So, I mean, I hate to say they deserve it, but they kind of deserve it because he lies about everything. And look at the quality control, Well, and it's so expensive, too. It's not even good quality for the price.
I think, 10 years ago, that guy could do no wrong, and then he just went off the cliff.
Because eventually it all caught up to him. That's what it is.
Yeah,
it's like he didn't get any worse. It just caught up to him.
Like the Roadrunner, right? He wildly went running off the cliff. And then
yeah. He's got a big Acme box going to fall on him,
That's it.
The
the Acme rocket just ran out of fuel.
Oh, yeah. He's got the little thing that says, yikes, little sign, yikes, and he drops. Yeah. So, I mean, he totally deserves all this shit. But it sucks for a few people who actually maybe don't know much about him and maybe want to have good faith in some new technology. And, not the Cybertruck, that's a nightmare, but a regular Tesla car, because he did light the fire under the industry to make electric cars a big deal now. So he did at least do one thing right.
And I have
used to like him because he used to push kind of space technology and kind of things forwards. And
yeah,
so
but all this stuff about Mars, I wouldn't trust that. He's going to be like Cohagen in fucking Mars. He's going to be an asshole, turning the oxygen off, and things don't work, and people are going to die on the way there. And then even what's his face? Jeff Bezos, right? He has ideas for orbital shipping areas, so people live up in space for shipping. But it'll be like Elysium, where you can't afford. They'll take you up there. You can't afford to leave.
Okay.
Right? It's too expensive to travel, so you're an indentured servant in orbit for the rest of your life.
I did enjoy him taking William Shatner to space. That was amazing.
Yeah, William Shatner and the penis rocket. That was pretty funny.
Just his reaction when he got back onto Earth is incredible.
I saw clips of it. I have to go back and watch the whole thing, but
yeah,
I haven't seen it.
I watched it live and just it was hilarious, He got back down to Earth and it was just amazed. And
what were the Vegas odds that he would die in space?
Well, especially his age and his weight and everything. He's a mess,
Yeah.
Well, he would rebuke all of that because he's very how can you say? He's very much active on Twitter, and if you say he's in a mess, he's like 96 or something, so he doesn't give a shit anymore.
Oh yeah, well, I don't know if you follow the Red Letter Media guys, but they're huge Star Trek fans, obviously, right? Like real Star Trek, not the new shit. Did you see the episode where they try to engage with William Shatner?
No.
And somebody. They went through I guess somebody else tried to recommend him to watch one of the videos because it was very positive about Captain Kirk and stuff. You should go watch it because it's very funny because Mike is one of the main guys there. He's crestfallen when some idiot, the way they posted on Twitter, it makes it look like they're making fun of Shatner. And because the opening of the video has a little joke, Shatner didn't watch enough of it to realize it was a joke and then a super fan service. Right?
Yeah.
And so he starts tweeting back and forth with these random tweeters about, I don't like what they did. They're making fun of this stuff. These aren't real fans. And I said, no, they're real fans. Just watch it. We're telling you the truth. No, and now you're a troll. I'm going to block you. And so he had this whole war with all these Twitter people over this video that was really, really complimentary to classic Star Trek, specifically Shatner. But it did start with a joke he didn't like. And he just has no sense of humor. You know?
I remember this. He does have a sense of humor, though.
His own sense of humor. He had not about himself, right?
You ever seen the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air episode where he's on it?
Well, he did the SNL thing about Get a Life. That was funny, right? But that was very specific. He just doesn't seem to... He can't laugh at himself enough, I guess.
He can. It's just, he's William Shatner. It's just like, you can't watch the entire episode. Like, that Red Media episode was like 50 minutes long.
No, but he couldn't sit through a 2-minute joke and then they're gushing about him immediately.
Yeah, but somebody linked it to him. He saw it for a few minutes. He got an impression. It was the wrong impression. Fair enough. But
I guess. But I mean,
everybody makes mistakes.
It's a shame though because there really are fans. At least Mike is.
I agree. Yeah. It's a huge shame, and he made a miscall on that.
And by the way, the whole story about how Shatner's wife drowned and he did it on purpose because he didn't like her anymore. There's a whole thing about that, which is very interesting. There's a 911 call where he's acting his ass off because, there's a lot of stuff about that guy. And this is not a conspiracy theory. This is, he's in Hollywood, he's a known asshole, right? I enjoy his work. He's a funny guy here and there, but everyone who's ever worked with him pretty much hates the guy. Even Leonard Nimoy, who was friends with him from the beginning, had an on-off relationship with him for years because he was such a dick. So, it's fine if he's mad at these guys, but it's just they really are super fans, and at least the Mike guy.
I know they are. It's just everybody makes mistakes,
but he's not willing to. He's not willing to review it or have other people or had to watch this other video. It doesn't have a joke in it. No, he burned that bridge because he's too sensitive.
We have more time for Star Trek than William Shatner does.
His whole life has been Star Trek. He even wrote fucking Star Trek books and stuff.
I know, but he takes an initial impression and he made a judgment.
He's just too sensitive. He's always been a limelight seeker. He would push Sulu out of the way. There were scenes where Sulu got canceled because he got more screen time. He was jealous. So he's a little bitch, And again, I'm saying this as a fan, but he's just, as a person, he's kind of a little bitch. And it's just unfortunate,
Well, I wouldn't say he's a little bitch, but he's got a big ego.
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything bad about him because even at his age, he can still kick my ass. So there.
He can try to kick my ass. I could take him, but again, I wouldn't fight him because I like him enough to not fight him. But I'm still going to call a spade, right? So
he's got a big ego, but I'm on his side in a lot of ways.
About some stuff, sure. But I mean, I watched T.J. Hooker when I was a kid. How much of a fan do I have to be? Right? That was a horrible fucking show, and I loved it. But he was funny in Airplane 2.
If you've not seen that Fresh Prince of Bel-Air episode,
it's really hard for me to watch that. I hate that show. I don't like Will Smith. I don't like those kind of sitcoms. So I could probably watch the clip, but I have to turn it off immediately because I really hate a lot of those 80s sitcoms like Family Ties.
Okay, I'll tell you what happens. Okay, so basically, William Shatner is having a dental operation. Yeah. And he gets a bit over happy with the angiogram. And he gets a bit high. And that's basically the thing. Will Smith meets William Shatner when he's high.
Does Willie Nelson show up?
Yeah.
No, he doesn't.
Well, he's high in the gas, right? So
Yeah. Which is weird in Europe because we don't use end-to-end for dental operations at all. We use injections. So using...
we don't use them much here either. It's I never had any gas. It was always Novocaine or some kind of or something else where they put me under for like wisdom teeth removal. But it was always injectable, never gas.
Well, I got the gas to get the injection.
The only time I had gas was for colonoscopy when they had to put me under. You know, that was a gas thing. Because I'm intubated. You know, that was awful. Ugh.
My only experience of US dental stuff is that and Ozzy Osbourne on the Osbournes.
Yeah.
Going to the dentist and requesting like endo and getting a shitload of it and saying it doesn't affect him at all. But give him
because he had a history. Yeah, sure.
That was me. That was me in college. I went to have a wisdom tooth out.
More and more and more. And then he kept like putting something in his eye or something. So yeah.
Yeah, it happened to me.
Like laughing gas is not a thing in Europe. It's weird. So
never has been, or just not recently.
Probably, maybe like 1960s.
Well, it's really not here. It's regulated and all, and most dentists don't do it anymore. But when I was searching for a dentist here 20 odd years ago, that was the criteria that I found a dentist, and he gave it to me. Basically, just kind of get a little high right before you get the shots.
Yeah,
and it just makes the shots tolerable. And
I wish Buddy was still in the chat because he could tell us.
But when I was in college, we used to do it. It's called whippets.
Whippets, yeah, whipped cream.
Yeah, and so we used to do that, get high. That was kind of a strange high, and you don't want to do it too much because you're basically depriving your brain of oxygen.
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
And so I go to the dentist to get a wisdom tooth out, and they put me on the gas, and I'm like, how are you doing? I'm like, well, I'm okay, but like, what's the mix? And she's, I don't know, 70, 30, whatever. I said, I do this for fun. Crank it up, please. So she had to put it up to like 90%. And I'm like, okay, yeah, there we are. Okay, yeah, bring it on, doctor. And it's just to get the shots and all like that. They don't leave it on. It's not like anesthesia where they leave it on the whole time.
So my dad's dad was an army dentist, and then he brought it home as a private practice. And he, being a depressed guy, an alcoholic most of his life, he was also getting high in his own supply. He was hitting his nitrous at the office.
Oh, that's a classic. Yep.
Very bad. Yeah.
And you heard a case of them dying, dentists dying in the chair.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. All that's.
Yeah, he was a mess. He still lived a long life, surprisingly, but he was
the guy
a mess.
in MASH. Yeah. Your grandfather was the dentist in MASH.
No. We're talking World War II.
Oh, World War II. Okay.
Yeah.
Not Painless from MASH.
No.
John Shuck was the dentist in MASH.
In fact, he was trying to go into medicine, and I think he had some health problems, and the guy said, you probably... Something, I forgot what the whole story was. It's something about, you really should go into dentistry, it'll suit you better, something like that. But he was already going through all the anatomy and physiology stuff, and so he had these great old pictures of cadavers and cadaver parts. And he's standing in this room with these guys. This is old-timey photos from what was this, late 20s, early 30s, something like that. And just like cut off heads and bodies and all this, and they're just standing like this, and it looks like this horror show in the room. Like you would never see pictures like that. When I took anatomy physiology, it was very orderly, and you didn't have like body parts everywhere. It wasn't like a butcher's room, right? But this picture's classic. It's so disturbing.
Back in the days when they get the cadavers fresh off the street. Like,
and they're matter of fact standing there with all these body parts that would just horrify people. Yeah. Like it's nothing. Like, hey, they're just standing there like something out of Cheers. Those old photos from Cheers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, nuts.
I guess my grandfather went through some of that because he was a doctor in that era. Yeah. But
he made it through that, and then my other grandfather, my mom's dad, actually made it through Pearl Harbor without a scratch. His boat didn't get hit somehow.
Fantastic.
Which is shocking because so much shit went down there. It's amazing. But he was a tough old guy as well. Jesus, these guys. There is definitely something different about the older generations, because people are just so wimpy these days. These guys are like they tortured themselves. They had all these problems, and they still lived long lives. It's crazy.
Look, I'll tell you. I know my dad grew up hard.
Yeah.
He grew up in what's now Harlem, in the 20s.
Oh wow. Yeah,
and on the edge of Harlem, and
yeah.
it was a tough existence back then and all. And he was in World War II,
Well, they left school when they were like 13, 14 years old.
What was that?
They left school when they were like 13, 14 years old.
Many
not
did.
my
No, you're-
not my grandparents. They
Yeah.
they left at the normal time, but
Yeah.
I think some places were. But
well,
my mom's dad was so crazy. He grew up in Louisiana, so he's a tough country boy, and they didn't take care of his teeth, all kinds of stuff. So he's going into the Navy to get shipped out and stuff like that. They said, "Well, sir, you have all these problems with your teeth," and he's just pull them all out. He didn't want the work done, all that stuff, so he just pulled out. He had dentures his entire life.
yeah.
It used to be a thing where, on like your 18th birthday, you got your teeth pulled out and like wooden dentures and stuff.
Jesus Christ! But I mean, like he didn't even remotely take care of his teeth and didn't want to go through all this stuff, right? He just pulled them all.
Well,
Well,
yeah, sure.
But yeah, no, you're right, Wagyu, about the dropping out and all, because my dad went to the high school. It was in the Guinness Book of World Records for many years for the highest attendance. 12,000 boys enrolled in 1934. That was the year he enrolled. And
Wow.
and so 12,000, right? You're talking 4 years, so it's 3,000 students a year. No, he had a graduating class of like 800.
Wow.
Just the attrition was ridiculous back then, and all. But he was
But they
lucky.
had truant. Then they have truant officers and stuff. I mean,
Yeah, but I mean, even then, it was like it was a battle to get the kids in school. But he was lucky.
Yeah.
He was a good student, and as a result, was rewarded with scholarships and all. So, and then after the war, he had the GI Bill to put him through his master's and PhD, but yeah, it was. I mean, he was the oddball in the family, getting the hey, he was professor in the family or whatever.
do you remember that guy? It was either New York or Chicago. He was a superintendent that carried the bat, and he would lock the doors of the school to keep the kids in school. Remember that guy? I can't remember his name. Joe something.
Joe, right? It was the one that Morgan Freeman played in the movie.
Exactly. Yeah.
Stand and Deliver was the movie.
He's breaking the law by chaining doors so you're trapped inside. It's like a super fire hazard.
Yep.
Because the kids are sneaking out the doors.
Because they were so desperate. Yeah.
And he had a baseball bat. I mean, Jesus.
Right. But yeah, it was a different generation, definitely compared to our kids and what they've grown up. But I also look at it, they're built to deal with the world there and now. Hopefully.
My grandfather left school in probably the early 50s. And, he was...
what grade?
Well,
like high school or?
Well, I don't know.
What,
Like
how old?
Like 14, 13.
Okay. Yeah.
Left school. Got married by the end of the 50s. And, learned a trade. You leave school, you learn a trade.
Yeah.
Make a family.
Yeah. And you could do it.
That's how it was.
Well, it's funny. My grandfather, when they moved out here from Wisconsin, making several stops along the way for small businesses, he finally opened it. I think he bought someone's shoe store. He didn't open it. He bought someone's shoe store. So as long as I knew him as a kid, he was a shoe store guy. But he had this whole background of a dentist. He was in the Navy, all that kind of stuff. But it's just ended up with a shoe store, which is just weird.
But that's what he did, Really.
But his business was not great. I mean, he maintained it somehow, but it wasn't busy. He didn't make a lot of money off it. Just kept him busy, being somewhere, I guess. Yeah. Very strange.
And he liked shoes.
Well, we got free shoes as kids because of it, so that was a nice thing. Go in there and pick whatever you want and get shoes.
I think that would have been one of my mom's dreams.
But I mean, these are kind of shit shoes. Like they weren't like Nike and Adidas. They were like some off-brand.
Yeah.
You know. But we're kids. We didn't care. Just shoes are shoes. It's not like now where you get like Air Jordans. Kids are like getting $300, $400 shoes.
Oh, come on, kids cared in the early 90s. Getting Air Jordans.
Yeah.
That started,
and,
30
and
years ago.
And killing each other over the shoes.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I would wear out shoes, so my mom was always screaming at me, "Look what you did!"
Well, that was the thing, because I was, my shoes got outgrown really fast because my shoes are 14, right? So at a certain age, my feet were constantly growing. I didn't have time to wear them out. So then, well, these are they would normally be a waste, but they were free shoes. It didn't matter.
Yeah.
In UK, that's 13.
And I grew up in the city, so we only had asphalt for the playgrounds, no grass.
Yeah.
So I blew my shoes up
Oh, sure.
sports.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you guys didn't have soccer or football there or anything? Just asphalt?
Yeah, we did.
You
we
had some
just played
fields
touch.
already?
Well, we played. I mean, I'm trying to think here because I went to 4 different schools over the years there. No, 5, excuse me. And so depending on the school, they'd be more prepared for a field for that as they hosted older kids and stuff, the middle schools and stuff. But my favorite sports were hockey, ice hockey, or once I learned to skate, or street hockey, and then softball. We played, softball and like touch football, basically.
Yeah.
And then when we didn't have enough players one day, we decided, and we didn't have a football, so we created faceball, which was touch football played with a softball and glove.
Oh.
that was a blast. It's
That's
almost like football lacrosse or something. Yeah. But
they did a thing here. It was they made up a game. It was like baseball, play with a tennis racket and tennis ball called hot box, and you just play it in any grassy field somewhere, and similar to baseball, but you didn't need so many players because you usually didn't have enough kids.
Yep.
But same idea. You have a pitcher and a hitter, and then some field people, and you run around and try not to get tagged. Same idea, basically.
That's it.
Yeah, just making up games sometimes.
And like David saying in the chat, I think it was all sandlot street balls for us. The after school in the playground or in the schoolyard or whatever. I was never any good enough to play on school teams, and honestly, that was just too much work. They were too many psychos in the school teams. It was obvious.
Sure.
But nah. And anyway, but when once I got to high school, it was like I played a little sandlot sports, but then we were playing like no pads, full contact football, and it got a little rough.
Well, I was going to play that. My parents didn't want me to get my knees all jacked up because a lot of people are hurting their knees in high school and just kind of messes you up for life. So, and I was certainly big enough to play football, but I ended up playing water polo. And it was funny because some of the football players were like, "Hey, you fucking water polo guys, you guys, a bunch of wimps." I said, "Come over here and say that." Well, forget about it. Right. I said, exactly, because I'd go into the weight room, and some of the guys on the football team, I was lifting more weights than they were. So, nobody said that for very long. I said, come in the pool, see if you won't sink like a stone, right? Because these guys can't swim very well, and they're just a bunch of big, dopes. And
you're about 6'4", right?
6'2", 6'3", somewhere in there. So yeah, I'm not as big as I used to feel because the average height has gone up. So I don't feel as tall as I used to walking around because so many tall kids these days. But I'm tall enough to be annoyed by airplanes, movie theaters, small cars, all the usual stuff. I don't know how basketball players get in some of these cars I've been in because I'm having trouble. My knees are hitting the dashboard or the steering wheel because not every car has a column adjust. My parents had a Porsche 924 for a while when I was in college, and I got to drive it a bunch of times. That did not have a steering column adjust, period.
Right.
So you get in your bucket seats, you wedge your legs off to the sides of the wheel, and you can kind of just barely drive it, but your knees are pushing against the wheel. It's very awkward.
Yeah.
So I don't know how anyone any taller ever drove a car like that. Yeah, so being tall has its advantages, but it's also annoying because, like, the last flight I was on for Vegas, and came back, and the seats are so fucking small now. Like, they're making them smaller and smaller. So I'm within my my shoulders are broad, so I can't like scrunch up too much. So I'm taking both armrests. But I'm not spilling over anybody. But then some huge fat person sits next to me, and they're spilling over into me this smush. I'm getting smushed by basically warm body heat, and I just get away. I have my own seat. Leave me alone. But so although I have a big frame and I'm tall, I'm not like smushing everybody. But some people do, and it's just that everything's so small now. It just
It is.
You go to like especially auditorium where they really just pack the seats in, and my knees are basically pushing against the chair in front of me.
Yeah, coaches and buses as well.
Yeah, so at the end of the show, my legs are killing me because you gotta be able to stretch your legs once in a while. If they sit in the same pose for like 2-3 hours, your legs are aching, right? You're not getting blood flow, and so movie theaters, fortunately, haven't gotten that bad. They got actually better because they have those reclining seats and stuff. But yeah, it's sometimes it pays to be a shorter person. Easier to find clothes, easier to find shoes. You're not squashed everywhere you go. There's even a ride, the local theme park, Great America. Last time I went, I couldn't get into the. This one where you have to kind of pull the top and bottom up and then cinch with the belt in the middle, and I could not get it down enough. I was like getting as short as I could inside the thing, and it wouldn't lock, so I couldn't ride the ride. It's like, Jesus Christ, it's like everything's made for kids now.
Yep.
So hey, first world problems, right?
It is.
Anyway, I probably should go grab some chow. And,
You haven't eaten yet? Gosh.
No, I mean it's only like 8 something, so it's not bad. But I have to go do some other stuff, and if I even have a few moments tonight, I'll maybe start considering what I'm going to do for the hardware jam. Probably have to end up doing tomorrow morning, like I usually do. So
Yeah, you need that last minute desperation to really pull it out. You know that. Come on. Who are you fooling?
I mean, at first it was annoying, but it actually does fire you up, and like, I gotta go. I gotta get the crunch time. Go. It actually does help, but sometimes it's nice to be able to. I miss the times when I could do the leisurely. Okay, like Wagyu was saying, I need that module, maybe that module. Let's see, do I have all the cables I need? I need some splitters and some. Oh wait, no, that control won't work. Stuff like that. So it's just
I've got
grab
3
that thing.
machines programmed in the right BPM and starts off stuff, but I've not done any patch design. I don't know what the fuck it sounds like. So
Yeah.
who knows what it sounds like?
Yeah.
I guess don't know. Who knows? Probably do.
Yeah, I mean, I used to, when I first started doing it, I was really good about not missing a single one, and just felt bad if I had to miss one, either because I was traveling or literally just didn't have the time. And now I missed a few kind of on purpose in the past because it just wasn't motivated that weekend, or the topic wasn't good. There was that one sample set one with some woman's band with some really like depressing vocals, and I'm like, this is a downer. I don't even want to listen to these samples to even make anything with them. It's so I totally skipped that one. I go, I can't think of anything for this. This is just, I'll just kick back and do the next one. And then with mobile gear, I was able to do some on trips, like my little car hood jams with the OPZ or something like that, which is kind of fun. But yeah, I missed a bunch, so I'm not as precious about not missing them like I used to be. But I'm still motivated to make them. It is fun, and I learn some new stuff, and it's fun to participate and stuff. So it's.
Well, for me, it makes me think about grabbing gear, which I haven't thought about for a while. Which is
Yeah,
why,
exactly.
But you use the Machina Plus every weekend recently.
Yeah, because if you look at because I have probably 200 hardware jams up there now. I've been doing it for a while.
Yeah.
My first probably 100 or at least 50 or something like that, 60, were all like ensembles of shit on top of the table. And then it's just start running out of time. I got to bust this thing. If I want to contribute to anything, I got to just get it out. And a few times I've released, whip ones, little parentheses, work in progress, because I didn't have time to finish them. I just released whatever I could at that moment. That's even on the Machina Plus. I just didn't have time,
Well, it's one thing if you have a jam station set up, right? And so you're just coming in and tuning oscillators effectively, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But
and I've done a few on modular, and I always got to set that up from scratch. So those take even longer.
Sure.
So if I don't start one of those on like Saturday, forget about it.
But this shouldn't be like a finished track. It should just
no, but at least compose enough to be, to have something instead of just random shit.
It should be something you want other people.
Yeah, I mean, I'm less precious about stuff than I used to be. Like, I'll just put whatever, even if it's not finished. I go, whatever. It's all right. People hate it. It's okay.
Polished, amazing thing.
No, I don't think I've ever done a polished one. Literally, I mean, even when I spent more time, they were good enough, but nothing was ever like. I didn't do any editing, no cleanup, no, and because they're always done in one pass, minus some sequencing I had to do, obviously, to make something work. I've never done. Only a couple times have I done multiple takes. Most of the time, it's one take,
one and done.
Two.
Sure.
If I really screw up, I have to start over. I can't. This is so shitty. I can't keep going. I'll just hit the button.
Well, are you basically just doing a video capture and an audio capture? And
it's all live to the phone. Yeah.
So, to the phone. Yeah, right. So there's
so everything is one deal. And in fact, if you notice, I don't have time to even put titles anymore in the videos because they take too long to render.
Yeah.
So I basically, there's a great tool for Windows called AVI Demux. So I will take the raw video on the phone, send it to Google Drive from the phone. While that's uploading, go to my computer, download it to my computer, make sure it plays. Hopefully it's still stereo. Sometimes the stereo gets fucked up for some reason. And then, it's okay. And open AVI Demux and just snip the ends, which is a super quick render.
Yep.
And up it goes. No titles. I have no time for titles.
Sure. Do you use Mac there? Do you have Final Cut Pro?
I was using Final Cut Pro on the Mac when I had the titles, but
you can do audio sync between.
Oh yeah, no, I don't need to though, because everything's done in the phone, literally with an audio interface and the camera. I'm using it's a really good camera app called Mavis. It's a pro video app. It even has like scopes in it and everything if you get all crazy with it. And it supports Bluetooth and stuff, so I can actually, because I'm using the phone that doesn't have a fucking headphone jack, I can't just send out the stuff to I can't just have this, because the phone's recording it. How am I going to monitor it? Bluetooth is too slow to monitor, and the jack has already taken it with my audio interface. So basically what I do is I'll use a Bluetooth headset real quick just to verify it's not distorted, and maybe the stereo is there, and that's fine. Then I'll quickly take them out and just go back to my headphones hooked up to the gear directly. And I'll just straight out of Machina Plus right into the phone. No bells and whistles, no anything fancy. And then just go into the computer, snip it, and upload it. That's it. That's all I have time for.
Yeah.
Which is really quick. It takes longer to upload it to Google Drive than it does to do everything else I do with it. So, but the process works really well. And that's why even these 11th hour things, I can still get them up in time.
Well, I enjoy watching them when I can.
Well, thanks. It's fun. I mean, again, it's good practice. Some of the challenges are really inspiring and fun, so I do enjoy it. And again, so even if I don't use all the gear like I used to, it still encouraged me to keep making stuff, because sometimes during the week I won't make anything. I got too much other stuff going on.
Yeah.
So this is like something I have to concentrate on, and I have a deadline. And that helps, you know.
Yeah, for me it's early morning on Monday, and I've not done a fucking shit on this job yet.
Exactly.
Well, I did do some maths. No, I worked out the. I've got 3 devices, and I worked out what BPM I should have on each device to do a polyrhythm. But fucking hell.
Yeah, I mean, I think because a lot of people do techno 4 on the floor stuff in the group, like a lot of them exclusively, it's going to be interesting to see how many people actually don't do polyrhythm, polymeter stuff. Because if you're not used to doing that, or you're not really into it, it's kind of tricky, right?
Well, we've done this before.
Weekend,
right?
even last weekend, it was aim and break stuff, and probably 2/3 of the people didn't really use aim and break.
No, I mean, I chopped up an amen break just to throw it in an ensemble, but it wasn't breaks. It didn't sound like breaks. You could hear the pieces of the amen break, but I didn't do breaks with it. So I followed the rules in that I used an amen break, but I didn't use it to make breaks.
And I was surprised that nobody actually sampled Amen Brother and used that somehow.
Yeah.
Oh, sure, yeah. But the other reason I didn't do that is because a lot of the cool features, like on the MPC or Machina Plus, whatever, the lazy chops and all those kind of tricks they have on there for loading in songs and quick chopping up the thing, I haven't learned to do all that stuff yet. So I easily, because I have amen breaks on my Tenorion that I've done like live break. I was going to do a Tenorion thing for that challenge, but then I needed more stuff, and I had to sync it, and I had to hook a bunch of shit up, and I was like, again, that's going to take too much time, so I didn't do that. But those breaks I used were actually pieces of the stuff right off my Tenorion that I chopped up into smaller pieces to use like hits and stuff.
And the other thing is, I think Simon did do the best song of the weekend, but he didn't really do the best.
That's the thing. A lot of times people win, and again, I don't care either way, because I think I've only won one ever, but who cares? But I don't enter to win. I enter to have fun. I don't care. But there are certain people that win consistently, and they're not usually the best thing. It's just people voting for the best
thing. It's just like
or even meeting the challenge, right? It's just a lot of people voting for their friends, and that's fine. Vote for your friends. I don't care.
But Simon did an amazing song.
Simon is a great player. Period. I mean,
didn't really match.
No.
What was set on the challenge?
But it was a groovy tune. But that's the thing. It's like, well, okay, it was the best song, but like you said, it didn't meet the challenge. Like if you went to the 48-hour film festival, where a lot of this stuff comes from, and you don't meet the criteria, you're not going to win an award at the film festival because you didn't meet the criteria. Simple. So they bend the rules, and that's fine, because again, it's all about fun. I don't care about the competition at all. I don't even vote most of the time. I don't even care about the vote.
I don't care about the winning or whatever. It's just like it's just like
But it's some people are very into it, and they vote for their friends, and that's fine. I mean, you can have a friends club. It's all right. But it's better when they're honest. Vote for something that actually was the best and actually met the criteria. Because that's the mandate, right?
Yeah.
So,
it should be for fun.
Yeah, for fun. But also, like, again, within the rules. Because why have the rules if no one's really going to follow them?
Yes. But that's why I vote for people who map to the challenge most authentic.
Yeah. That's usually what I did too. I just lately I haven't voted because I'm like, I got other stuff to do. And then I think it's Thursday comes around and I go, oh shit, I forgot to vote. Oh well. Plenty of people are voting. It's okay. Because the group is much bigger than when I started. When I started, the shows are much shorter. And now they're very long because a lot of people are submitting.
Yeah.
In fact, I don't know if he's going to, but I think even Steve the Bastard said he might do something to submit this weekend. So,
I hope so.
yeah, I was chatting with him. He said he might, but I'm not sure if he has time. But so again, there are new people all the time coming in, and so the shows get longer and longer and longer. And I think
He's got some amazing gear.
well, his Moog project is very exciting. The whole Moog Bach thing. And he played some stuff live for me on a Facebook call. The fidelity's pretty bad on a Facebook call, but it was good enough to hear, oh, that's cool, you know. So I'm looking forward to him getting some actual recordings out of that. Because obviously he's not struggling as much as Wendy Carlos did and so forth, but it's still a bitch to get that to work right, to sound right. And also to get timbres that don't step on each other, you know.
I mean, talk about struggling. He's struggling more than anyone.
Well, of course, medical issues. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's the worst. And we're all pulling for him big time because he's a good guy. But
you just want him to, enjoy his life.
yeah, no, it sounds like he is, which is great. You know, he's doing the best he can to get through all this stuff. But so yeah, if he submits, that'd be fun. But yeah, the shows are getting longer.
He's kept his dual mini moogs and the void.
Well, yeah, he has 3 Moogs and he has one other thing he's using. I forgot what it was. Oh, he has the I think he has an SE1.
Okay, SE1X.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So that's his fourth. He's using four things.
Yeah. That's cool.
So that's cool. I mean, I have technically. How many Moogs do I have? The Rogue doesn't have any MIDI, so I couldn't really do that. But I have a Slim Fatty. I have
Grandmother.
No, I have the Mother stack. So Mother 32, DFAM, some Harmonicon. So I could use those as well so that's 4 devices there. You know, I could cheat and use Animoog or something like that on the iPad. But as far as that's kind of it for Moog, because the Rogue is fun, but it's totally an island. I don't even think it syncs well over its old sync technology.
Yeah, I don't want load of Moogs either.
I wanted more, but it just they're just expensive, you know. I know. Yeah. I mean, the mother and the grandmother and the what's the other one called? The matriarch weren't that bad price wise, but I had other things I wanted to buy, and it's just I have a lot of mono synths already, or paraphonic synths or whatever.
I was very down on mono synths for a long time, so.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even buy the Poly D when I found a fairly cheap one at my local store because it sounded okay, but it just wasn't. I wasn't in the mood for it, even though I could use it at some point. I would rather get like I was kind of biting. I was kind of pissed off that I didn't take advantage of the Solaris they had for a while, but it also wasn't cheap. Even their deal was like $3,000 or something like that. I'm like, fuck.
Yeah, it's a big expensive.
They're expensive. Jeez.
I think I got mine for about $2,000.
I mean, the most expensive thing I ever bought was, if you don't count the upgrade, which is another $400, was a Polyevolver. That was about $2,200 or something like that.
Yeah.
And the Fizmo, which is around there as well. That's the most I've ever spent on any gear, one piece of gear. But I also upgraded them and fixed them and done other stuff that costs more money. But some of these things are $3,000-$4,000. Jesus Christ, I don't have money for that.
Yeah. Then fucking Moog come out with the Moog 1. Oh,
yeah, Moog 1, and then
I
this
see.
new one that's going to be expensive too, right? So
Yeah, $9,000. That's normal.
yeah, it's nuts. I mean, I would love to get a proper Hartman Neuron, even though it needs a lot of work because it's an old PC. But a proper hardware Hartman Neuron with all the sticks and the stick recording and the 5.1 audio, and that would be awesome to get one of those. But the cheapest one of those these days is still $3,000-$4,000.
Yeah, I've seen one for about $3,000, but it's like,
They had one at Vimeo, but by the time I saw it, it was already gone.
you have to dig in there and do something. So,
Yeah, because it's a Core 2 Duo, I think. So you got to basically go and rebuild it.
yeah.
But there's a really good Facebook group that goes into all that shit. So if you need help, there's some good people on there to get you through
I
it.
don't need help because I'm a PC nerd, but you know.
No, I know, but I mean about specific things, right? Because they've also gotten it to work with. There are certain things that work better than others because the time it was built, and you want the code to run properly. So it's the same with the what do you call it? The Open Lab stuff. A bunch of people are updating those big time. Nico.
Yeah,
And I kept mine stock because I like the stock. I think it's fun. So
yeah, Marshall put some new hardware in something.
he did a whole fancy thing of his. I'm like, that's cool, but then he didn't really use it that much. I think he only used it a few times and he put it away. I'm like, well, I would have kept mine
I
stock.
don't think so. I'm sure he used it for like his life. So he like really integrated. He's like,
I thought he did, but then the last couple of videos I saw, he hasn't even touched the damn thing. So
well, I've not seen his videos for a while, to be honest.
yeah, I went and looked recently, and he hasn't uploaded for a while. He's kind of sleepy, but I don't know. I like the. I mean, first of all, it's funny because I got the Timbaland model, so it's already cheesy, right?
Okay.
And because it has the Emu plugins with his custom patches in it, so I won't be able to run those on a new system. So that's kind of why I wanted to keep it the way it was. I have a disk image of the drive, so when the drive finally dies, I can just put a SSD in it. I haven't even turned it on for a while, but it still works. It's in good shape. But I mean, I got a crazy deal on it. It was like, when I saw them new at Guitar Center in Hollywood, back when they were like $5,000, and I got this one. Yeah, this one's probably I got it about 5-6 years ago for about it was like $800 or $700 or something like that. It was a really good deal because it was fully functional. It has Reaper on it. It has all the Emu stuff on it. Mimic is on it, so if I did want to do some sample robot stuff with Mimic, I could. So fun stuff. Fun stuff.
I still want to
anyway.
get an image of the Neuro. I just think it can be run on normal hardware.
Which one?
The Neuro.
Oh, Neuron, yeah.
I just think it can be run on normal.
I would hope, but people keep saying different things online, so who knows? Everyone's got different expertise. I just want it because the VS is great. I use the VS all the time, but the problem is they never finish the software, so the stick recording doesn't work. And because you only have one stick instead of like 3 sticks, you have to keep switching modes on the Nuke controller to even use the stick. And then because you're switching modes, you constantly like moving the stick to different areas, and it's like I just want to be able to record the damn stick thing and move on to the next thing and record some automation there and record some there. But that's all they had to do. I don't care about the rest of it. Just finish the stick recording because it was in the hardware version, which is also software. But for some reason they didn't finish it in the VS version. Sucks. But other than that, it's really just the same thing. You're missing the 5.1. You're missing the experience, the tactile, big wheels and sticks and stuff. But I don't even think Ty uses his much anymore. Last I asked him, he didn't sound like he was really using it that much.
Good dust.
Yeah. It's like, oh, man.
He has to take a picture of it with a telephoto lens.
That's true. He probably moved it into his massive room, right? Storage room.
Oh yeah, He's got some room in his loft where he can't get in anymore.
He's got Indiana Jones storage. It's the
Yeah.
Ark of the Covenant and some crates and all that.
Who can blame him when you know you got it? CSAT, Colossus, and all that kind of shit downstairs.
Yeah, it's funny he bought that. Did he get the? What did he get? The Magnum? Is it the Magnus?
Yeah, he's got that as well.
Oh, he has
No,
both. I thought he just got the one.
No, he didn't get Colossus. He got Magnus here.
Magnus. That's it. Yeah.
His
Which
Colossus
again is a monster. I mean, that thing is huge.
Colossus is too monosynth for him.
Yeah. That's
So
funny.
technically,
Almost comical, one would say.
Yeah.
It's pretty wild. Yeah. But then again, our 2500 is also pretty crazy too. It's a big monster.
That's why. See, Ty needs to get the vocal collection, so you can take a photograph of like the vocal collection on one side, and the Maximus on the other.
Yeah.
At
That's
least the
funny.
bulk is fit in the back. It's like half rack.
Yeah. Well, it's funny, talking about racks, I always laugh when I see Yoad's studio because he's even mounted some small keyboards into his rack. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
He put some of those like a base station
The
and
base station.
yeah, some others in there. It's like, who wants to stand there and play a keyboard like that? That's kind of crazy.
It's like a BS1 or something.
Yeah, it's weird. But he has a pretty wild
He
set.
also had like the Arturia Mini something is like the James Bond film where a spaceship swallows another spaceship. He has this in the Arturia.
Moonraker?
No, it's like thing where in Japan where they have like a base inside a volcano.
Oh, yeah. I can't remember the name of that one.
And they have a spaceship launching which swallows American spaceships. And Yoat has kind of this thing going on
Yeah.
because he has it's like an Arturia mini freak that swallows a micro freak or something.
That's funny.
He took the keyboard out of one and
Oh, he
mounted
did?
the other one inside that kind of hole.
Oh, that's funny. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Did he talk about it on the show?
He talked about it in some kind of Sonic State video.
Oh, I'll have to go look for that. That's funny.
Oh my!
I mean, it's a cool idea,
Yeah.
but the Mini Freak is kind of cool with the touch keyboard. So I don't know.
I don't think it's the freak. It's like the early. It's probably the like early brute kind of stuff.
Oh, the Brutes. Yeah, right.
Like mini brute and micro brute or whatever.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
early primitive kind of analog sense.
Huh.
But yeah, he
That's-
took the keyboard out of one, mounted the smaller one inside of it. It's
That's
weird.
funny. Yeah.
That's extreme. That takes a lot of time to do all that, right?
Well, plus he's also more of a guitar guy, isn't he? I thought he was a guitar guy first.
Well, he's a tech guy these days, but
Yeah.
I don't think he's a guitar guy. But
No?
he does have a huge desk. Which
Because he talks about guitars all the time. So
Yeah,
I
he
just,
doesn't have that many guitars in his studio.
yeah.
He's got a few guitars. It's like recently, like on the last show, he said like
he's like me.
he was asked like what how do you use your 7-string? He's like, I don't use it very much.
Okay.
Yeah,
He's like
Interesting.
a mixer. He's a mixer. He's a
guitars look good on the wall. I can attest to that.
He's funny too, because some shows he's like really animated, other shows he's just very stoic
Yeah.
and
He's a
dry.
programmer, isn't he?
No, I know,
He-
but
Yeah.
well, he's also he's Israeli too, right? So I've met a lot of Israelis that are very,
But he was behind a lot of the Waves plugins, you know.
yeah, kind of robotic,
Well, from a programming perspective.
Yeah.
but not anymore. So who knows what he's doing?
I mean, I've used some of his stuff. I mean, some of the Wave stuff is nice.
Yeah.
In fact, I actually bought a Waves deal at one of the holidays. Got a good deal on it, and I forgot to claim my free. I was supposed to get some free shit. I forgot to claim. It's probably no good anymore.
Probably. I just hate the Waves thing on. Constantly having to update things and repay.
Yeah.
Waves left me in the wayside a long time ago.
Oh, they
I mean, back in the day, they were the best, right? And God,
yeah.
L2, come on. Everybody was using it on their mixes and the Waves plugin and stuff. But then they just, one thing or another, they just kind of, you stop upgrading and whatnot. So I did that. They did that collection called the One Knob, and they had a crazy sale on it, like $30 for the whole collection. I jumped on it, and they were fun, But I tried to authenticate them on, a rebuilt machine, and was having all sorts of issues. And it's just like, I don't need this. I've got, these days my plugin collection work and are keeping me plenty happy. So, sorry, Waves. You used to be great, and I mean, I could see if you were a professional studio and need to support their plugins for, customers and stuff. But
they just want you to keep rebuying their stuff. Basically, what their policy is.
I mainly bought the stuff because I liked his FM thing he worked on. That was pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot what it's called, but that was pretty clever. And then I saw they had a sale, and I go, I'll get some other stuff. And of course, have I used any of it? No.
Yeah.
I do use Arturia and Native Instruments, though. I like their stuff a lot. And I used to use Isotope a lot, but they also killed some of their products that were cool. I was kind of pissed off about that.
Well, I was on the fence about getting the whole Mercury bundle at one point. Just go for it all.
Oh, I have that. Yeah. That's good.
The Big K collection, whatever, all of it.
The Cherry Audio stuff? Yeah.
No. Mercury was that's the top of the line Wave. That's like everything Waves.
Oh, Waves. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's like the retail price was $10,000, and on sale for $3,000 or something like that. And it's
Jesus.
But that's when you were still buying stuff instead of everything or whatever. But I thought about it because there's so much in there, and it's the same with the United Audio. If you look at all the stuff that's in there and want to get it all, it adds up. But
yeah, because I was on the fence about an iBundle for a while because I wanted to get the really fancy one, and then Perfect Circuit had a sale on an old suite, and I can upgrade that and it'd be super cheap. And sure enough, I'm in the upgrade path now because of that.
That's it. Yeah, once you get in.
Yeah, because it was the full version. I think the one Kent has is like the full version, which is I think like $2,000 or something like that. And I got the one that's the step down. But it was so cheap as an upgrade, it was a no-brainer. And because NI has some kind of deal with Arturia, that I even got some Arturia stuff through NI, which is weird.
That was a straight match. I don't.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Well, I'm looking right off to the side is my desk with the hard copy manuals for complete 3, 4, and 5. That were from the era of my Muse Receptor. And,
sure.
Other.
I have a Receptor Pro somewhere around here, but I never turned it on. I got it cheap somewhere.
Yeah.
I got to turn that thing on and see if it works.
Good luck. I haven't touched mine in a decade and a half, I'm sure.
Well, in the meantime, I had bought an SM Pro Audio V machine.
Right.
And that thing was a cool version of it. It was a cheaper attempt at it. And I actually got some stuff. So I have Camel audio stuff on there that doesn't exist anymore. So I got Camel Fat, Camel Space, and I think it's before Alchemy. So I didn't get Alchemy on there. But it was really cool to have Camel Space on there because that's a really cool effects plugin.
Well, that and the Native Instruments had their little standalone plugin player. Remember, you have that, right? And after the Muse, because the Muse's life was fairly short, relatively speaking. I want to say realistically 5 years for the Muse.
That's when the Open Lab stuff came out near the end of that, right? It was
Open
Muse
Lab
for a while.
No, because I've got.
Was it the same time?
I've got a sound on sound from 2004 reviewing the Nico.
Okay.
And I was like, oh my God, look at this. Yep.
I thought they were
So about
trailing
the-
off because they were working off the thunder of the receptor. So
Well, the problem was that the receptor, you had to have your plugins receptorized. And
yeah,
that-
they had to be.
that-
They had that giant list of compatibility, and you go, "Oh shit, my favorite plugins don't work on this thing."
Yeah.
So,
And I spent a bunch of money trying to get the complete package running on it. I sent it
Yeah.
to Muse to install it, and the guy's like, "Okay, I got it installed," and I put it here and plugged it in, and like, it's not working, man. I'm not getting the.
it's
well,
some
you
kind of
gotta
weird
do this.
abstraction layer, right? It's a
Well-
Linux box, but it's got an abstraction layer to play Windows plugins, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously, and I mean, the things that worked on it were great, and I have
Yeah.
yet to see any of these guys, including the Astrolab. I was trying to make this point in the chat. Muse were masters of buffering. They figured out a way to bring in sample libraries.
Quickly,
so
yeah.
once you loaded them in, they were in. And even if you had to reboot the system, they were still there and accessible.
Wow.
And we're talking like, stage performance. So you
Yeah.
think about somebody performing on stage, and the Astrolab takes, what did it count, 30 seconds or something to reboot? It's like, that's death on stage. The receptor was like 3 seconds. And it's back
Yeah.
to where you were, and it was like, because it was a Unix-based and, just well-designed for that whole checkpointing and everything to get you right back. Brilliant design. Why did it die? I don't know. But, yeah, none of those guys have addressed really buffering large sample libraries. And people are going to find that. I mean, how do you do it now, right? You have huge drive systems effectively on your workstations on the road.
Yeah, Ken has those massive drives.
Well,
All the
it's, I
samples.
mean, what are people bringing, right? The M8Xs and your Phantoms and all their massive workstations
Yeah.
to get access to all of that. So.
Hmm.
But yeah, good luck. Try it someday and see if it works. But it was a great system, I thought. And
I'm just gonna turn it on and see if it works. I probably won't use it, but it was like $100 or something like that. I'm like, I gotta try this thing.
God,
So.
killing me. You're killing me. You're killing
blue-
me, Smalls.
it's blue
You're
metal.
killing me, Smalls.
Did you have that one, the blue metal one?
Yep, I had the very
Yeah.
first generation, and it came. What did it come with? An 80 gigabyte drive, which I immediately imaged, and then put like a 160 gigabyte drive in it.
Yeah.
So I doubled the drive space, because that was a thing you could do, and I'll sort of jailbreak it. And yeah, it was, and I had to send it to Muse to try and get complete on it.
Yeah.
But what was it? I mean, even when it came with, it was a great collection because there was so much great free VST out there. And,
Oh yeah, I used to live on KVR, get all the free shit.
Oh, jeez. And that was,
Yeah.
they were a big, Muse was like a big supporter of developers in that era, I felt. So. Oh, well, whatever happened to it. At some point, their technology kind of moved on IP-wise to somebody. I forget. I read about it, but.
Yeah, same with Open Labs. They do other weird stuff now, but all that history of the hardware and software and stuff is no longer on their website. They have some other weird shit they make.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And I was curious. I want to ask Kent someday about it because what I heard, the big customer from Muse was Hans Zimmer. And for his live
Yeah.
work, he had a rack of Muse receptors with all of these libraries. Because it would
I
play all
believe
like,
it. Yeah.
what came after Giga Sampler was the next generation, right? But
Yeah.
all these string libraries could play, and I guess they could get Contact running and stuff, and
Right.
whatever. But whatever happened to his rack of Muses? You got one, I guess.
Yeah, I didn't, like I said, who knows if it even works? Because I didn't even plug it in yet. But in fact, because it was at my my favorite local shop, and they had Muse Receptor, Emu Carnival, which is another rare module, which is fun, really fun.
The red one.
Yeah, because it's even if you don't use it as a typical module, there's so many great MIDI. There's so many great MIDI things in there for Latino music.
Oh yeah.
It's killer because I don't know how to make that stuff, right? So if I ever needed some of that, I could pull the MIDI out of there and make stuff with it.
Okay.
Yeah, you just play it into a sequencer, and and use the MIDI. So, so that would be one thing, because you don't have to use necessarily the sounds, or you could. The sounds are good on it. But yeah, that one day I had, I think I got like 5 things there. It was a music.
Let Wagyu back in. We lost our man.
Oh. Did you drop off? Hello?
Yeah, I dropped that. So
Okay. No worries.
There's our man.
Yeah, so that one visit is all kinds of shit. And because I'm a good customer, I always talk them down. Say, hey, if I get these 3 or 4 things, can you give me that one for this? Yeah, no problem. So that's the same place I got the Waldorf XT I was playing today. The same place I got the Emax 1 for $150.
Which is this? Guitar Center?
No, it's a little used shop that my little favorite.
Okay, I was going to say, man, Guitar Center are crazy. They won't do
no, guitars. They're good, but they're not that good.
They don't do it.
This place I got. What did I get? The Ensoniq. I already had the ESQ1. What was the other one I got there that was a good deal? Really cheap. The sequel to the ESQ1. I forgot, what was that called again?
SQ80.
SQ80. I got an SQ80 for a song there. I was like, really? And then one day I was leaving, and I looked at the corner of my eye, and I saw a keyboard leaning against the wall at the parking garage outside, with a note that says "Take me." And I go, what the fuck is that? It was a EPS 16 Plus keyboard.
Jesus.
For free, and it looked fine. It was dirty, but it looked fine. I even had the little SCSI adapter in the back of it and everything. I took it home, cleaned it up, booted it up, because I already had a rack I had bought like 6 months before online, and it booted fine. It works great, and they're just giving it away. So it's shit like that, you know. All right, I also got the WSA1 rack for $50 because they thought it was broken.
Okay.
But you know how hard it is to navigate that thing, right? It's a totally non-standard interface, and they couldn't figure out. They thought it was broken. I go, I'll take it. I'll give you something for it. Oh, how about $50? Yeah, okay, cool. It's perfectly fine. So, same thing with the Waldorf. The MIDI wasn't working right on the keyboard he hooked up to it. I go, maybe something is wrong with it. But these guys are mostly guitar guys. They don't know. They don't know to plug in a MIDI controller, hit a few keys, and turn some knobs, watch the screen. That's all they know, really, right? Listen to it a little bit. But that day, the guy just was like in a good mood, and he's like, well, I don't know. I said, well, what if I have to get this repaired? I mean, I'm not going to pay. You guys want to charge me probably $1,500 for it or more? And so I got it down to like $750 or something like that. And it was perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with it. So these stores are great because they're not precious about what they have. This is from there was a local guy who died. He was like a guy like Wagyu and me, who basically has way too. Yeah, he has. That'll be me one day. He has way too much shit. He died. He had this massive estate sale, and they bought his entire estate sale. He's the one that had the Prophet 12 that they still have. Sorry, Prophet 10 that they still have there. The original Prophet 10 that I got to play in the back room. They're still going for $12,000. He had this Waldorf. He had a whole bunch of other shit, and unfortunately, they put a lot of his stuff in some storage space, and they got robbed. Because they know he had good shit. They gave me a copy of the list, and I was checking off, okay, like this, and this. Now, what can I afford? And not much, right? Because there's a lot of stuff in the list. But he had glorious stuff. This guy collected everything, even stuff I never heard of before. And I was able to get a few things here and there. I got his Emax. I got his Waldorf thing. I got WSA1. I got, a bunch of crazy shit. And every time I come in, I go, this is new. Is this from that guy? Yep, it's that guy. Okay, cool. And so I know what I'm looking at. And so there was a running gag, like every time I would come in, like, hey, we got more stuff from that guy. The poor dead guy, yeah. And
Yeah, but you joke about yourself dying one day.
of course, yeah, that's what I told him. I said, you know, guys, I'm buying his stuff. One day, this is going to be me. All my stuff's going to come somewhere because I'm dead. So, you know, it's just, yeah, you got to have a good sense of humor about it. But,
Yeah.
but this guy had some good shit, and he did take care of most of it.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, they got robbed. So some of the really good stuff on the list, which I forgot about now, was gone, wasn't available.
I mean, last few weeks I've been playing with Dom stuff, so.
Yeah, I can't afford anything on his thing either. I got to go look at the list again and see if I can buy anything because it would be nice to have something on there.
I bought Dom's Analog 4. Two
Yeah.
S-Cap, Space Cap pedals.
They're great. I have the analog keys. I love the analog keys. So
Yeah.
a lot of fun. It's weird though because it's basically 4 monotimbral that share, so they do note stealing basically. So you can do more elaborate stuff with it, and there's a dance to get that to work right. But when you do, it's very powerful. And I love the fact that I have an effects channel where you can do conditional trigs on effects and conditional trigs on MIDI events, and it's a really cool idea. I like their stuff a lot. I just haven't used it so long. Every time I go back to it, I don't know how to play it. I got to learn all over again. So
He calls backstage.
oh, did you fall off?
Here I am. Yeah, I had a senior moment there.
Uh-oh.
Must have hit the leave button. Here I am. See, I told you I'm in the dark.
But yeah, I have to look at. I know he republished Dom's list again. I gotta go look at it and see what's left.
Yeah, but I bought one, I bought one I could afford. I wish I could fucking buy the MKS 80.
Oh, really? With an editor?
No, it's just like, it's like
Just 80.
2,400.
Okay.
It's really a good deal right now.
Yeah,
Which-
sure.
Wait, which one?
MKS 80.
The 80?
Yeah.
But it didn't have an editor?
Well,
The editor's rare and really expensive. Yeah.
It's the rack.
Well, you have to check on the site. That Kiwi Tech patch editor he's got, the PE1, you should check that out. I keep telling everybody about it. It controls a whole bunch of vintage hardware, and MKS...
It's one of those little boxes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like Eurorack size collection of knobs, faders, and
Yeah. They're
buttons.
usually about $500-600, something like that.
about 500.
Yeah.
And you can't make them anymore.
Yeah.
And but he's got basically the SysX preset for a bunch of synthesizers plus all the Kiwi versions of them.
Okay.
And but the vintage Roland is his wheelhouse. Now I'm not sure the 80. I gotta qualify, but it will also put out like general MIDI, but it's not quite the same. Yeah, what is it? There's the reactive controller. Somebody's got one for sale around here. I'd say $4,500 for the 80 and the controller.
Oh.
I've seen on local ads, but local ads can be dodgy, right?
Yeah.
When you
I would
see-
like to get
when
that
it's too good to be
DT7.
true, it is, right?
The Deltronics DT7 or D-Tronics DT7 is pretty cool. I would like to get one of those.
Yeah.
You need DX7 control.
Yeah. Because I can use it with the TX802.
But I wonder if the Soundforce controller for the Arturia Jupiter 8 would work with the MKS 80. That would be wild. Have you seen that?
I've heard the name, but I don't know what it looks like. I'm not.
So
not
they
placing
make
it.
these controllers for software, like Vintage Synth, and they announced it, and I think it's now out. Perfect Circuit carries them, I think. But it's the controller for the Arturia Jupe 8V.
Yeah.
And it just gives you, basically a Jupiter 8 knobs and faders and everything. And I don't say it's like $400 to $500 maybe.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's specifically for Jupe 8V, but it's going to put out, MIDI however you flavor it if you want, if you can configure it. So then it's just a big collection of knobs and faders.
Yeah.
But if it were designed for the Jupiter 8, then for the 80 it would be good. won't think. But yeah, I see those around here. They come up pretty often.
Yeah, I started looking at those because they make bigger ones too, don't they? Aren't there ones like double-decker ones, like wider versions?
Of the 80?
No, those Kiwi controllers. Aren't there ones that are a little bit wider, like double size?
No, he only has the one small
I
controller.
saw one company had like a double size one that was clever. Even more knobbage. Can't remember who had that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, most of the things I really need editors for, I have, like the PG300 for the Alpha Juno, the PG1000 for the D50. Most of the stuff I really want to have an editor for, I either use like a Sound Tower app, which is very, very good.
Yep.
Or like the Dave Smith stuff. I mean, he had a deal with Sound Tower for Polyvolver, Mofo, Tetra, some other shit, and the workflow is amazing. I mean, but there's an iPad version, which is the beauty of it, right?
Right.
So you don't have to use a computer if you don't want to. And those are great. And they also, like all their other apps, they have patch genetics. So if you want to make some new patches without thinking about it, you can go in there and just pick some little tweaks and say generate. Audition a whole bunch really quickly. Those are good. Those are good. Those are good. Regene them, right? And sometimes turn all the stops on and turn all the things off except for one character. And you can quickly generate just hundreds and hundreds of presets.
Wow.
For quick auditioning and just get down to some really wild stuff you never ever would have thought of.
Because that's not that extreme, but
Tower.
that's what that Edison software does.
You can do it with that, yeah, but Sound Tower is the best one I've seen so far with that kind of operation. And even the Korg O1W, which is a classic, already has some great sounds in it. I was feeding that through the Sound Tower, and I got some weird ass shit out of there I've never heard on a Korg O1W. So,
what is good about the Korg O1W as far as the synthesis edge goes?
Well, they just sound glorious, but if you just use the presets, they're kind of hard to edit. But it's essentially a Rompler. It uses what they call AI2 synthesis, so it's like a step up from the M1.
I've got an M1, but it's
M1's AI synthesis. Korg O1W is AI2. Great sound components, great effects. For the time anyway. And just this. It's what?
Like a Rompler.
Yeah, it's basically a Rompler, but used in the right combination, it just has so much character, and like that's why Jean-Michel Jarre used a bunch of them on some of his albums. Because
why did the M1 supersede the D50?
More variety, I think. Because it had different kinds of... It had actual full samples on it versus the sample transients.
Okay.
So it more organic sounding stuff. I love the D50 to death, but...
People were wowed by the full sample kind of thing.
Like that famous one, Lore, that everyone uses on the M1. It's just a glorious patch. With fluty stuff and echoes and... almost like nature sounds kind of in there. Has this kind of ambiance like you're in a rainforest or something.
Universe,
yeah, it's just Universe is another one, yeah. And those are great sounds, even though it's a really dated instrument. So that's why I have the M1EX. I love the M1 stuff too.
Sure.
But O1W is just I used to play in the store. That was another one I sampled on the Emacs because I couldn't afford it. Mm-hmm. Until I finally got one, and now I have the rack mount one as well. But using those editors with it just opened it up to be just this crazy ass synth. Even though it's a Rompler, it's in the right way. You could just make it nuts.
But when D50 came out, like people involved in the DX7s really struggled to make D50 style patches.
And I've heard some of those. I go, hey, that's pretty good. They got close, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when
I'm sure Manny made a bunch, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So when the M1 came out, what kind of reaction was there from the D50 community?
Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of interesting. Because a lot of the M1 stuff was like, the stupid dance pianos and stuff like that. It got bread and butter sounds, things like organs and all the standard stuff. Hammond organ, pipe organ, Rhodes, all that shit, all the standard stuff. But it did deliver on some really cool environmental sound designy kind of stuff. It did have some chops. And I think O&W just took it further. It's just some glorious sounds on there. They're just so cool. And they also have really good orchestral sounds on there too. At the time, when most keyboards had shit for orchestral, except for like a K250 or whatever, O&W had a beautiful orchestral section. In fact, I got a book, which is probably rare now, but it was a programming book for the O&W that was based around drums specifically, because there's so many good drum kits in it with orchestral drums, kit drums, electronic drums, stuff like that. But also it had some stuff in there about the classical arrangement stuff, if I remember correctly. And it's a deep thing. I mean, I barely scratched the surface. But it had this clever thing, because I don't think it had resonant filters per se, but it had... what was that terminology they used? It was some kind of a processing algorithm that, at the end of the day, gave you those resonant filtery sounds. I'm drawing a blank on the terminology now. There's a specific terminology they use for that synth.
Clueless here.
I can't remember, but that's why so much cool shit came out of it, because it had depth. It's just the guys who programmed the sounds are really good at it. Like there's one called Dagobah, which is classic, or another one called Death Star. And a lot of those sounds are in the goddamn Jean-Michel Jarre albums. I know them. I go, oh, he's using that one. Oh, he's got that one. So like he had the D50 album, the Revolutions, one of his albums. I think it's the... What's the one after the Cousteau album? There's like a blue painted cover on it.
That's Revolution.
No, that's the picture of him on the cover, I think. Which one? Chronology. That's it. Yeah, Chronology has a lot of O&W stuff on it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh look, he's got all the presets. So, and he could use anything, right? So if he's choosing to use it, it's probably pretty decent. Because he's kind of a synth snob, but he also has access to everything.
Yeah, but it's also that attitude, like, I'm first in this arena of having this new synth.
But later he made the other shit like Teo and Taya and all that. I don't like that stuff.
Well, yeah, but he also has regrets about that album. He didn't ever want that album to be released.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, Teo and Taya, he just thought it was like
terrible. It's terrible. Yeah.
Well, he thought
if it's anyone else, I guess it's okay, but from him, it's terrible.
Yeah, he thought it was like a piss about, and the studio decided to release it.
Even that collaborative album he did, where he has like one track with Edgar Froese and one track with some other guy, and that album was not great either. I forgot what that one's called.
Like that.
There feel like that?
Yeah, it's like electronica, where he collaborates with various artists.
Yeah, that's it.
Like Vince Clarke, he collaborates with John Carpenter.
Oh, really? He did one? I don't remember that. I'll have to go check that out.
That's fairly new, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm really bummed. John Carpenter did a soundtrack tour. And he may have even gone to Europe. I can't remember.
Mm-hmm.
And I totally missed it. I didn't even know about it till it was long over. I'm like, I would have been so happy, because I've loved his scores ever since. I was a fan of his movies, fan of his scores, the whole shebang. And a lot of the stuff I used to, a lot of my music stuff I made even before Harbor Jams was kind of John Carpenter inspired. So I love that guy. And it's like, I totally missed his whole concert. And he's going to die soon because he chain smokes. So, he's never going to tour again, unfortunately.
You should listen to the John Carpenter and Jean-Michel Jarre track.
I'll check it out. Is it any good?
It's very John Carpenter-esque, and
Okay.
it's really nice.
As long as it's not like John Carpenter's Vampires, when he's doing that kind of stuff, I'm not that into it. That kind of music. And that movie kind of sucked too. But his older stuff, like Escape from New York, The Fog, Halloween, even Prince of Darkness isn't that great, music-wise. They Live had some decent stuff in it, but it's more like kind of a country bluesy thing. Which one?
Prince of Darkness is a great film.
It's okay. I wanted to like it more. There's so many things that make me laugh. That whole thing with the mirror and that girl with the blonde hair, or their stupid expressions, and some of the characters are kind of like, I don't know. The dialogue isn't very good. The acting's not so great. I love Donald Pleasance. He's always great. But there's a bunch of the characters in there I just can't give a rat's ass about. And he's usually good about making characters you like, So I wanted to like that one a lot. I saw it in the theater. And I was like, oh, man. So, and then They Live came out. And I'm like, okay, I'm happy about this now. Good job.
Like, I want to tell you something. You're not going to like it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great stuff, man. He's But, Coppola, same thing. Coppola, that vampire movie he came out with back in, was it 2014 or something like that? That was fucking terrible. You know what I'm talking about? It was like a not theatrical. It wasn't a theatrical release movie, I don't think. But it was just awful. I mean, Bram Stoker's Dracula is entertaining. It's not. I wouldn't say it's a great movie, but it has a lot of watching potential.
Yeah.
I enjoy it, but it's not my favorite movie from him.
It's not a good film.
No, this other one he did though is just terrible, and I can't remember what it's called, but it was made around at least 2014, 2015, something like that. So again, his older movies are great, and he just can't really do it anymore.
To be honest, the last film I think he did was like some kind of thing on Mars, with Ice Cube.
Oh, John Carpenter, yeah. Oh, Ghost of Mars, that was terrible.
Ghost of Mars, yeah.
Oh, again, I wanted to like that, but I saw the trailer and I go, this looks pretty stupid.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I had to run and put leftovers in the fridge. Who are you talking about?
John Carpenter movies.
Carpenter.
Yeah.
You still make movies?
Not anymore, I don't think. I mean, In the Mouth of Madness is great.
He's producer on movies, fairly recent movies.
Yeah.
To be honest,
The whole Lovecraft thing, the weird ass, that was a great movie.
he is doing music though. He has a Bandcamp.
Much of his stuff.
Does he have a Bandcamp? I didn't even look.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's
I'll
got
have
a
to check it
Bandcamp,
out.
and he's doing like unreleased horror themes.
I didn't know that. Shit, I gotta go on that.
Cool.
That's great.
I've ordered vinyls from his Bandcamp.
No way.
Yeah.
Was it clear vinyl though? Was it? Shit, I gotta make a note of that. That's amazing. I should. That's the kind of. That's how I missed his tour. I didn't know this. I don't follow him enough, I guess, because I should know more of the stuff about him.
Is he into
Yeah.
Eurorack?
I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest, because he's really flexible.
Do you know anybody he works with?
It's probably people you wouldn't expect.
He did the tour with his sons. His sons play music.
Okay. It's just sometimes guys like that have somebody in the industry that, is helping them out, working with them, whatever.
Well, he wouldn't be where he was without Alan Howarth. That guy's like hugely helping him on all those major scores.
Yeah. So is there somebody, like that now or what? But no
Yeah,
doubt.
Right, johncarpentermusic.bandcamp.com.
Yeah, I just put it in my phone. I'm
He's
gonna
got a
check that out.
shitload of albums on there.
But then I saw what did I see recently? Oh, Alan Howarth did. You know, John Russo. He used to work with George Romero on Night of the Living Dead and stuff, and he's made a lot of terrible movies. Like Midnight and The Majorettes and a bunch of other horror movies that are just terrible for the most part. I think Midnight had a score by Alan Howarth. No, not Midnight. What was the other one he did? Another one he did before Midnight or right after Midnight has an Alan Howarth score. And I'm like, oh my God. I checked it out. It's actually a pretty bad score. Alan's done much better work. But yeah, the John Carpenter gets a lot of credit for his stuff, but Alan brought the synths. Alan programmed most of them.
Right.
Alan played on all of them. In fact, Alan did the score for Halloween 3.
Cool.
Which is a great score.
John Carpenter also didn't do most of the soundtrack for The Thing.
Oh, that's Morricone.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's so funny because when if you watch Hateful Eight, not only is the score done by Morricone, but he's using clips of the score from The Thing and new score sounding like the score from The Thing. In fact, the movie even mirrors The Thing as it gets closer and closer to the end. It's the claustrophobia and the who's to trust. And it's down to a couple people at the very end of the movie having these words together, and it's like super violent. He's basically remaking The Thing as a Western. The music, the cinematography, the whole character exchange, it's like a Thing remake without aliens. It's very funny. If you haven't seen it, watch it for sure. Because you're like, holy shit, that's music. I know The Thing music really well. And I go, that's The Thing music. Or so close it's a copy. And of course it's Morricone, so it doesn't matter, right? Yeah, it was a real eye-opener. Because, Tarantino's made some good stuff, but he's also famous for lifting a lot of stuff. So,
Sure.
But he has a good podcast. If you haven't heard it, I think he hasn't done an episode in a while, but he has a podcast named after the video store he used to work in L.A. called... Oh, shit. I can't remember the name of the podcast. But just look it up. It's Quentin Tarantino, Roger Avery, the guys who worked together on Pulp Fiction. And Roger Avery did Killing Zoe. They have a podcast together.
Okay.
And it's really good because not only does he talk about movies you've never even heard of before. Just weird 70s movies and other kinds of stuff. But because he owns a movie theater in LA, if you happen to be in the area, that week he does a podcast on that movie or a couple movies, he will play them at the cinema.
Sweet.
So that's really, I didn't know that until after I'd gotten through a couple of his podcasts. Otherwise I could have watched some movies down there. But the last time I was down there, the movie he was playing I wasn't interested in, so I didn't go. But yeah, he does some pretty good discussion on because his movie knowledge is quite extensive. And so is Rogers, and they go into some all crazy stuff about movies, and then I go hunt them down because some of them are also rare as fuck. I had to find one on the Usenet because you can't find it anywhere. It's a movie shot in Europe starring George C. Scott as a wheelman, and it's a pretty decent little movie. He's driving some like old timey BMW at the time as a wheelman, and he's starring in the movie with his actual wife.
Okay.
Trish Van Devere.
Yeah, Trish Van Devere.
And it's pretty good. It's got some action. It's got some weird, quirky. It's shot in Italy, so it's weird. It's just got some quirky stuff.
From the 70s.
Yeah.
They made a few strange movies. Remember Day of the Dolphin?
No, but I heard about it.
That was oh god, we had so much fun laughing at that, cutting that one up. But
it's like a good bad movie.
That was George Scott and Trish Van Devere. And
I bet you used it until Newspin died in like 2008.
He did?
Used it. Newsbin, which was.
Right. Yeah.
That used it in Dexter. about 2008.
Oh no, I use Easy News. That's the best one out there. It's $10 a month, and they cache your storage forever. So I have gobs and gobs of unused storage that's just building up. So I never run out of storage. And I almost, now that torrents have gotten so horrible and hard to use and stuff, and full of all kinds of DMCA stuff and viruses and all that kind of stuff, the Usenet is the only real safe place to go for obscure, weird shit.
Well, Newsbin was an amazing Usenet indexer, up until about 2008, and then their site got hacked. Basically.
Oh sure, yeah. Easy News has been around forever. I wish I'd discovered them sooner, because I used to do the old-fashioned way when I was at college. Going to a Unix machine, going to getting files, UU decoding, uncompress, all these commands in Unix, just to get files from my Mac. And it's mostly shareware shit anyway back then. Anyway, I use that. The Easy News is an awesome service.
Oh man, I miss Usenet.
They've never been taken down. They have a super easy interface. And
Usenet server. That was my Usenet provider of choice.
This is great because it's presented like a web page, super simple. It's old timey looking as far as using tables, right? Table art. But it's loads quickly. It's really, really good. I found all kinds of stuff on that I've never found anywhere.
Like a raw Usenet provider. It's not like a front end.
They are
Newsbin used to be like
providers.
Yeah. Newsbin used to be a very slick front end. You could just click on something and download it. But with NZB, like
this is so easy. Just you go in, you find what you want. They have a if you're in a hurry and you just go, you want to get like segments and par files and all that kind of stuff, you can just click a page, grab an entire list, and go to the next page and cache it, send it to a zip archive, and it will zip it for you in the background, and it will store it in repositories. You have 10 or 12 slots, and you can just keep stuff in there until you have time to download it and then purge it. And I always just get one-offs now, but back when I was getting things that were all segmented and all these big chunks, I used the zip function, and you have 40 parts of something, and they're just there's so many parts you have to go through multiple pages, so it's kind of a nightmare. But nowadays you don't have to do that much anymore. They pretty much just have individual files ready to go. But that's how I found that movie, the George C. Scott movie, and a couple other weird stuff that streaming services don't have, torrents don't have, not on disc, nothing.
But you say don't have.
What group would have these movies?
You say don't have.
They don't have it, meaning I've never seen it, and I keep tabs on it, and it's just not available.
What private trackers you have access to?
Well, I'm just talking about Netflix doesn't have it, Amazon Prime doesn't have it, Hulu doesn't have it, a few other sites don't have it. One I have for horror stuff called Shudder doesn't have it. They have some weird stuff on there, and I can't find it on disc anywhere. It's not on eBay. It's not anywhere as physical media. Or if it was, it's really hard to get.
So you're going to Usenet like the good old days, and what group do you go to?
You don't. It's a meta search. It's beautiful.
It just figures out. Oh man!
It's called EasyNews.com.
So it's really
it's
just
$10 a month.
Right.
And
so it's to harvest the zips. It's not really for reading.
Glorious. News. I've been using it for 20 years. It's glorious.
Do you read news?
Usenet is very in sync with the scene, so the scene will upload to Usenet, no problem. So most scene releases will get uploaded to Usenet. But I also have access to private time trackers that you haven't mentioned, so I think probably stuff I have access to is also...
Oh yeah, I mean there's all kinds of stuff I'm not even privy to, which is fine. Yeah. But my stuff, I like the stuff that's easy to use. That's why it's called Easy News. You really spoon feed it, make it super easy. It's deep as hell. Almost never not found anything. The biggest problem I have is something that's in a different language with no alternative.
Yeah.
So, like most movies that are in English natively, I can only find a German one. That sucks because I don't want to watch it in German with English subtitles. That's stupid. It's an English movie. But if it's a foreign movie, who gives a shit? I'll go find the subtitle file somewhere, and then I've got the file. I've got the movie. That's not a big deal. There's tons of subtitle websites to get subtitles. So,
Sure.
But there's a recent trend. Like I'm into watching Shogun, the new Shogun series on Hulu Plus.
Yeah,
Excellent show.
Yeah.
And you have to watch it on their service because all the subs I've got are either wrong or off timing or whatever. It's miserable.
Really?
Yep. So I watch on Hulu. I paid for Hulu, so I'll just watch it there. But I like having physical files if I can get them, even though I paid for Hulu. But sometimes it's miserable. You don't get the files at work. So I just give up and watch it on the stream.
Yeah.
Well, I downloaded this. I'm dubious.
Because I literally tried downloading at least 5 or 6 different versions of subtitle files in different places before I remembered, oh shit, I have Hulu subscription. I should just go watch it on Hulu. Yeah. And not only is it nice, but you get the yellow subtitles. Everything's easy to read. It's beautiful, right?
Hey, I have this downloaded, but I'm dubious that
the MKVs didn't come with subs, so you have to go get them.
Well, let's see.
At least not the ones I found. So.
Well, I'll check that out because I don't have anything in Hulu that I'm really watching, so I need a series in Hulu.
It's good. There are a couple other things on there too, if I can remember. But yeah, I mean, I got Hulu because it was a deal with HBO Max for a while.
Okay.
It was like a whole bundle, so you pay for one, you get a whole bunch of shit.
Yep.
And then HBO Max became Max.
Right.
And then
well,
I don't even know.
I have the same thing except that I have it through my kid. So
yeah.
So like they use my Amazon Prime and Netflix, and I use their HBO Max and Hulu accounts.
Oh yeah, yeah. So I definitely keep the Amazon because of the shipping and all that stuff.
Oh god, yeah.
And the Netflix I kept because I've had it forever.
Yeah.
But I may cancel Netflix at some point because I don't use it as much as I used to. Although some good stuff is on there, like Three Body Problem and some other.
Yeah.
You know,
although the Korean Three Body Problem's on another streamer.
Oh yeah.
Is it on Hulu? Either Hulu or Amazon. I saw it. I'm like, that's gonna have the whole series.
I did see another one called Three Body or something like that, right? Is that what it is?
Yeah, isn't that the original?
Maybe. Yeah.
I think it's only a 30 episode series.
Is it Korean or Chinese? I thought it was Chinese.
I thought it was Korean, is what I read, but
okay. It's weird because it's all about the Cultural Revolution in China, so I don't know why a Korean would be writing about that.
But it was good.
Yeah, it was a fun show for sure. I mean,
I'm
always happy to find decent sci-fi. There's not a lot of good sci-fi out there, so.
Yep, I had the DVD subscription with Netflix, so when they stopped that last year, I got 3 bonus CDs to keep or DVDs to keep. But
I had forgotten to return them, so I just got to keep the ones I had. So.
Yep, that's it. Yeah. Unfortunately, the 3 that I happen to have are kind of like, oh well.
Yeah, I should have replaced them earlier because I got stuck with dumb shit. Yeah.
Exactly.
But I really like that service because you get the commentaries, you get the behind-the-scenes stuff, which nobody streams pretty much. And I was bummed when they stopped doing the disc service because that content is great.
Because also you could get stuff that you couldn't get.
That too. Yeah, some things aren't streaming.
It's all about what is only available, and like they only have it, but they're not streaming it yet or whatever. Yeah. So, okay, I'll take the disc, please. And also, I like to have blockbuster movies in as much theater support as I can. I'm not full Atmos here, but certainly Dolby Surround, and if you got all that stuff, why not? None of the streaming services seem to handle that well for me.
Yeah, the discs usually did a better job. So you're getting the Blu-rays finally? Is that what you did?
No, I just have because I don't have
DVDs.
Full Atmos. Yeah, still just DVDs.
Yeah.
I have a Blu-ray player, but I wasn't getting Blu-rays. I
got to upgrade though because I don't have a region-free player that does 4K, and I don't have a 4K TV yet, but I bought a bunch of these box sets for some of my favorite movies that came out of Europe in 4K.
Right.
But now I have to upgrade the hardware because I don't have anything that will play it.
How do you not have
That's still a
4K
thing,
TV?
region free. Price.
Yeah.
What are you looking at as with right now?
What I'm looking at what?
What kind of monitor are you looking at?
So she had a really nice plasma TV that I used a lot, and then it finally died. It was a nice 3D plasma TV. I was bummed because I like the 3D content. So then, as part of her home warranty thing, she got an offer on an LED, whatever, LCD LED TV that's decent, but not nearly as big or as nice as far as sound quality and picture size as her thing, because there was an offset charge, right? So they don't want to give you something really nice because it's home warranty. So they give you something they consider equivalent, which is kind of bogus, but it's a smart TV. It's okay. And since I spent a lot of time at her place, I didn't buy a nice TV for here because it's like, what the fuck? Well, I'm here. I'm playing music and stuff. I'm not watching TV. So most of my watching, to be honest, is iPad and laptop. I don't even use the TV that much, to be honest.
Ouch. That's painful to me.
So what
I'm
are
so
you-
used to it. I've been doing it forever, and the picture quality is great. So it's good.
So what are you looking at right now?
Oh, to buy?
I mean, in front of your face.
Oh, right now, I'm just looking forward because the camera's here, but the fucking the laptop's over here, so that's why I'm missing some of the chat. I moved some stuff around to get to things, and so I had to move my pedestal over here for the laptop. But right now, I'm looking at my rack of Emacs 2 and a bunch of other shit in front of me. But I don't have a monitor in this room right now.
So
Just-
basically, he's got
Just
what
this
is
monitor for monitoring the ATEM.
a 2
So
by
how
80
the hell do you see
LED.
what we're doing? You must have a PC monitor, you know?
I do, but they're older. I mean, I have a couple 17-inch. What are they? 17, 20
You have a
inch?
computer, right?
Yeah, but most of my stuff is on the laptop. I don't buy desktops anymore.
But
I'm
how
mostly
the hell
laptop.
are you? What the hell are you doing right now? Like, what computer are you looking at?
This is my computer I'm streaming with, and also looking at the chat.
Okay.
So I like performance machines, but I don't game like I used to, and I don't do high-end 3D stuff anymore. So a tower is a waste of money for me. As much as I would like it, I can't afford it, and I wouldn't use it that much. I'm too mobile.
Okay. I downloaded Shogun, and I've got it displaying on a secondary monitor, which is also 4K, 50-inch. So,
Did it
That's
come up
exactly-
with? Did it come with the subtitles?
let me see.
Because you can understand Japanese, we can't. So you need those fucking subtitles. Half the show's in Japanese.
Well, I can understand Japanese, so I don't need them.
I know, but we can't, so I need it.
Let's see.
So that's what I have.
And I'm not even sure. I heard a podcast. There's a podcast that follows the show. If you go look on your favorite podcast area, there's a Shogun podcast, and they talked about how they did the translation, and it's a really complex process. I think they tried to make it more old-timey Japanese to match the time. So I don't even know if you're going to understand it as much as you normally would, because I think they made it more authentic for the time, not modern Japanese.
There's lots of like it's very
Like
common for
Shakespearean Japanese.
dramas to make traditional Japanese kind of things. So
Yeah.
old school Japanese is kind of fairly common, to be honest.
So you can get by with that. You can understand that.
Yeah.
Okay. Because it sounds like a lot of work. The way they're doing this, they're trying to do it authentically and also trying to error proof it and make it authentic. So
And you can go really kind of insane and like resurrect lots of very old school Japanese, and then
Yeah.
it's very difficult to understand. And then they tend to. Well, this actually Shogun has English subtitles. So.
Is it from a novel?
It's James Clavell's novel. So they made a miniseries when I was a kid with Richard Chamberlain and some other famous people in it.
Sure.
And it was cool at the time, but if I went back and watched it now, I'd probably laugh because it was pretty much a product of its time. It's like late 70s, early 80s cheesy kind of stuff. This one's way more hardcore. This one has sex and violence and real Japanese and it's just more intense. It's more like more movie-like, more you would expect. Not made for TV, happy, friendly kind of stuff. You know.
It's so cool.
It's very cool.
Yeah,
I'm enjoying it a lot.
So
unfortunately, they really dice it up, so you get this cliffhanger shit. God damn it! Now I go wait for the next episode.
Yeah,
you know.
So is it just a single season series, like a limited series, or
it's still going? It hasn't finished the season yet.
Oh, okay. I hate that. Yeah,
it's brand new. It's brand new.
For the warning. For the warning.
The thing I'm looking at has English subtitles.
You have it?
Yeah.
For the Japanese scenes?
Yeah, it has English subtitles.
Okay, because I loaded some subtitles that loaded English just fine, but when it came to the Japanese, it was all fucked up.
That's cool.
So you might have gotten lucky, because I did download a few of them, and finally I said, you know what, I'm streaming and I got to pay for the service anyway. I'll just fucking watch it on Hulu. Big deal. You know. But most things, even though I have streaming access, I still try to grab them somewhere just so I can watch them again at some point. Or
I don't trust streaming services.
Well, this stuff will go away. Plus, it's fun to play with the files. You go edit them and goof around with them and extract sound bites and stuff.
No?
No, that's why I'm mostly physical media if I can, or downloads at least somewhere.
Yeah.
So I can just keep it. Assuming my hard drives don't die. So. You know.
Well, yeah, exactly. This generation, you know, they're going to rely on they so much rely on us having things available forever. And
the reason I got that way more lately than ever is that a lot of the stuff that's available is only like a shitty director's cut or something else, and that sucks. You know, you don't have the choice like you used to have. So you may still get the movie, but you're getting the movie they wanted you to have, not like the, like for example, Last of the Mohicans, the Michael Mann film. His director's cut's the only one available right now. It's different enough that the music cues have changed, some of the scenes have changed. I'm not, you know, it's not my favorite movie of all time, but I like the movie, and I want to watch the movie I liked, not some other fucking version of it that, you know, is the only one you can get now.
Exactly.
And same thing with Dawn of the Dead, 1978. Now, luckily, there's a very high-quality version of it for free on YouTube. You can download it that way. But the only one available anywhere, streaming or media or whatever, is the director's cut, which sucks. It's all fucked up.
Oh. George
Romero had made a couple different cuts, and Dario Argento had his European cut, which is also weird. And then there's one called Extended Mall Hours or Supercut or whatever, which is like all the other scenes they found thrown in to pad the movie out, and they don't always match. But nothing beats the theatrical version of Dawn of the Dead, because George Romero painstakingly, I didn't know this till recently, he painstakingly edited all of these clips from library music, Goblin music, and other stuff in so many clever ways. I mean, he really was a great editor, not just film, but the sound stuff. He went in and cut music stuff. That's why that opening stinger in the theatrical version is killer. It sets a whole tone for the movie. And you watch the director's cut, and it's just like, just kind of, it starts, and like, oh, okay, there's a news station, what's going on? You're like, oh, it's just kind of like, it takes the wind out of the opening. And if you're, I'm a super fan, so that's why I know. But I mean, if you had never seen it, you wouldn't know the difference.
Sure.
But that's the problem, is these fucking things that you're going to find a version, and that's all you're ever going to get.
Yeah.
So I try to get.
That's why you got to do like my kid does and just scour all of the thrift stores.
Yeah, there's that. Or
she's got
like
quite
for a
the
while.
Oh my.
For a while, I was the mom and pops are all gone now, but I used to go to mom and pop video stores, and I was learning how to master my own DVDs. And I would go get the highest quality stereo, widescreen VHS I could get of something, rip it on my SVHS deck that had the S-video out, so it's 400 lines instead of 240.
Right.
So the best quality I could get from that stream, good audio, good picture for what it was, and it was at least as good as the Laserdisc, right? Close. And so I made several DVDs that way for things that never ever were available online or even on DVD. And then maybe 4 years later finally showed up somewhere. But I already had my own DVD that I made with little menus and all kinds of shit. So it was fun. But I realized very quickly to play the movie, to MPEG-2 encode it, high quality. It's this Canopus thing. It was very, very good, but it took like 4 hours to encode it.
Sure.
And then, run it through a DVD creation program, make all the chapter stops, choose the fonts, choose the damn pictures, all that shit, right? And the whole thing was 10 hours for one movie. Now, it was fun, and I had a lot of fun doing it, and I made, gifts for people like, hey, check this out. I made this custom DVD for stuff, and it was cool. And it was for DVDs for stuff that didn't exist as a DVD, not even streaming anything. So it was fun, but I only did like 3 or 4 of those because I'm like, I can't do 10 hours every time. That's just too much. But it was a fun thing to learn.
Career field, you're telling me?
Yeah, exactly. Imagine. But it was really funny because the DVD program I was using at the time, because DVD Architect was a lot of work. It was super nerdy.
What
but
year
there was
talking?
when was that? 98 maybe, something like
Okay.
that. Like around Orgasmo came out, the guys, South Park guys, right? I saw that when it premiered here. It was like a one-off, like a one-night showing somewhere in Palo Alto, and didn't see it for years. And then finally came out on VHS. Well, they never made a DVD of it until not long ago, So I said, they had the tape, so I made my own Orgasmo DVD, right? And I had made the funny chapter stops, my own little titles and stuff. And I was like, well, I have to make this even funnier because it's a wacky movie about the porn industry, right? So there was a winter theme in the DVD set that had splotchy frames for snow, and I made it like it was like jizz frames for the movie. It was perfect. It totally fit. And so yeah, I had a good old time with that. And like you were saying with the Netflix, right? A lot of times the shit still wasn't streaming back then. Even then, you had to get the discs.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
So
that was like, especially early on with these services, Netflix, you could go and they had a deep catalog of some weird things like, boating instruction videos or whatever.
Yeah.
Special interest. And I'd like, cool, what the hell, things that like you'd never get on your own normally. But oh well.
Yeah.
The days of hard media are gone for now.
I mean, there's still plenty of stuff you can buy and find good deals on and stuff. And the Criterion Collection stuff is always good.
If I really get bored, I just have to go up to my back bedroom that we turned into a library, and then my kids basically kick me out, and they have replaced it with it's just wall to wall DVDs, CDs, and books that they go and get at the thrift store.
Yeah.
And that's their disposable income. They're not into synthesizers, so.
In fact, for a while back before things got more destroyed, because people are hard on stuff, you could go to the library, rent a movie that was in decent shape, and just make a copy of it. So
I've never gotten anything from the library that didn't, have a scratch.
Got trashed.
Yeah, basically couldn't, like books on CD. I'd get those and it'd be like, we're into chapter 18. I can't get any further than this.
Oh, that sucks.
Killing me, small. Yeah. But
no, I watch the Criterion sales every couple times a year. Criterion has a sale.
Oh yeah,
and they're really good deals, and those are like the best, the cream of the crop releases.
But so you're not extreme like my audiophile friends who are having these movie servers. Have you seen these?
No, but I know people who do that. It's just a little too much. It's just,
they basically, they'll get the Blu-ray and it rips them and stores them on the server, and They're like into terabytes of storage,
Yeah, I mean,
or
again,
petabytes. Yeah.
because I have too many hobbies, I don't have time for that. If I had like not much else going on, I probably would do something silly like that. Because I have
I'd buy 83.5 terabyte slot base.
Yeah, I mean, if I go through all my discs and CDRs, DVDRs, every kind of media I've made in the last 20, 30 years, I clearly have several petabytes of stuff.
Yep.
But it's how much work is it to pull all that off onto something else? That's a whole like year-long project probably or more. Because I have binders. I used to, use a Sharpie on a binder with a nice label so it doesn't mess it up, and they keep them away from light, because the CDRs, the stray photons can damage your CDRs and your DVDRs.
Nice is bad.
And so as long as I take care of them, they should last at least, I don't know, 30, 40 years, I hope.
Fingers crossed, yeah.
I mean, I have floppies from the 80s that still work.
Yeah.
So you never know, right? So you do the best you can. Lately, I got into double hard drives, so all my stuff is duplicated on double hard drives, so I can just
image,
back them up, stack them, store them somewhere.
Right.
It's good enough. I don't have the arrays end up just costing too much because I have way too much for arrays.
Yeah.
Because if you have a minor collection like a lot of people do, I just go to the local computer or whatever and get one of those arrays. Well, I would fill that thing up like that. I mean, just it's good for a working system for stuff you're constantly using, but to store stuff like that and then worry about all my parity drives going bad and constantly swapping shit out and just.
You need one of those storage tech devices with the robotic arms and the tapes.
I mean, I used to do that with tapes.
So cool.
I used to use DLT and SDLT libraries in one of my former jobs. I was a tape monkey. Call me Mr. Mylar.
Yeah.
And it was fucking annoying. We had like, I don't know, 2 formats at one company. We had 3 formats at another company. Like, the AIT tapes, AIT3.
Yep.
And
I had a few of those, but I tried those systems, and it's sort of like you dump everything on, and then you got to like test it, right? You want to, and didn't work so
the
well,
problem is
right?
there's no time to test it for daily backup, so you basically have to send it to offsite storage to make Sarbanes-Oxley people happy.
Yeah,
and you have to audit those periodically for disaster recovery.
Yep.
And it's a fucking nightmare.
What's the alternative then for redundant storage? What do you favor?
Clay pots.
Yeah, canopic jars.
They've been proven to last for millennia. LPs have value, but
no, I mean the classic hard drives are great if they store properly and you don't use them.
This was a thread on Rec Audio. This was a thread on Rec Audio Pro many years ago. What is the best long-term storage? And you're talking like, real tapes or records or what? And that's what somebody threw at clay pots. It is a serious discussion. But
where do you take your family photos?
Because the thing is, anything that involves magnetic media is easily defeated in rendered trash or any gum-based tape, whatever, right? So anything tape-based,
and they can jam and get screwed up, and
and then you have to have the proper players to play them back, et cetera, okay?
Yeah,
including
and the technology goes away.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm talking like data tape systems too, not just audio, right? Or serious data tape and all that's the systems. Now, the ones that have been stored off for pristine sites and everything like that, sure, they're probably still good, but it's not like anybody's actively testing them either. So, but it would have to be something physical, like an LP or just massive backup.
Because even LP can warp under heat and get scratched and get dropped.
Well, I mean, you have LP. I'm saying something that's into a physical, like clay pot is an LP, effectively. But, so a tungsten or titanium LP, right? What did they send off into space, right? That gold record.
Gold record, yeah.
Yeah. So something like that, where it's a hard.
But even some stupid alien could scratch that. So.
Well, and there are probably alien DJs that would do exactly that. Right?
You get a Skrillex in space.
You're like,
yeah, so.
oh my God, an LP! I've been looking for one of these for millennia. Thank you. Oh well.
Yeah, it's a scary thing because there's so much, like Wagyu was saying, there's so much stuff now that it's a bad time
for media. Did I tell you
media.
the story about taking off 6 months from work? When my first daughter was born.
Oh yeah, and you came back and your shit was ruined. Yeah.
Well, yeah, basically my career was on a tape with a checksum error.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So, but that was fine. I found out.
I had plenty of tapes die, and we saw it as cost of business. But if it's a SOX audit, then you just failed that audit.
Right. No, it was
and
nothing
that's
like
bad.
That.
And you fail enough audits, and you affect the stock price.
Well, sure, yeah. In the business world, you're dealing with that, of course. But,
yeah, that was the nightmare about it. I didn't care so much about the work was not that big of a deal, but it was just the gravity of those days when we had to, let's see your reports. Oh, that one failed. Did you run it again? Yes, I ran it again, but you didn't run in the right time window.
Ugh.
Like, well, it's still backed up. Who cares? Stuff like that.
They care.
Nitpick, just it's the bean counter type. Like this. They made a great. Was it Dilbert? It was actually, as much as Scott Adams turned out to be a real douchebag conspiracy guy. A lot of Dilbert stuff was pretty funny because it was real world shit. But my favorite was they're talking about the accountants, and they go, what's up with these guys? And they goes, wait a minute, this isn't my Thursday lunch bag. So, just anal retentive to the nth degree.
Well, let's see. What was the old joke we used to have? What's the definition? Let's see. What's the definition of management? Somebody says to impede progress. No, that's staff. Well, then what's the definition of management? Make sure there's enough staff.
Yeah. Yeah, management. I've never eked my way into management, although I probably could have tried a couple times. But it's just, it could be so. It depends on the environment, right? If you found a good environment, it'd be okay, I suppose. Yep. But the day-to-day minutia and having to, you have to do your department's budget. You got to do.
If they are technical management, if management is technical and they understand what you're doing, then it's fine.
Yeah. Hands off and trusting you to do your job unless you prove otherwise is the best. And a lot of managers like to micromanage or just have no clue what the fuck they're doing. Because a lot of the tech guys fail up, There's nowhere for them to go. They need to fill a slot. Oh, you've been here a long time. Why don't you be a manager? They don't know shit about it, and they don't even care. At least in IT. That's how it's been in IT.
Right. Well, there's a lot of organizations where the only way to advance to the highest ranks is to get out of technical and into management. So. Yeah.
But while you're doing IT management, you're still kind of stuck in there, and all the nightmares that come with IT in general. So,
Indeed,
it's better to go into like project management or something like that, where it's more 9 to 5.
I don't want to evolve from being a technical person to being a manager.
Well, I'm just tired of the acting like a doctor, not getting paid like a doctor. If you're in charge of servers and backups and stuff like that, and things are hitting the fan, and it's affecting the bottom line, you have to drop everything every time something happens. So that's weekends, nights. I'm just tired of that. And the regular maintenance stuff has to happen on the weekends.
Yep.
And it's not. I've been doing it for too long. It's not my favorite thing. So I'd rather not. Because you're not compensated properly, right?
You don't get overtime.
Not if you're salaried. You don't get overtime.
No.
Yeah, that's where they get you. See, you get to a certain cap, and your salary's decent, but you don't get overtime. And they use you and abuse you. Like, oh, well, you could work this Saturday, right? Oh, we have this project that's gonna be next several weekends. Oh, we got a thing tonight. You got to do it. It's super important, And so you're at the mercy of whatever's going wrong that week or that day. and it's
Well,
I guess, and that way it's probably better to be a coder because you're just doing regular 9 to 5 stuff.
yeah.
But I'm not a code person, so I've done
To
some
be honest,
scripting here and there. But
most of my problems are worries about being replaced by people in the industry.
well, that's a big thing too. Yeah,
Yeah.
or automation.
Well,
Uh,
the next big thing is AI replacing us all.
Oh yeah, definitely. But even decent scripting stuff can easily replace some people's jobs.
Yeah.
Like we got this really clever system at my last company that was cloud-based server management for patching, the nightmare of Microsoft monthly patches, and all the other stuff that goes with it. And this thing, it was called Tanium, is actually an excellent system, very expensive, but it allowed a woman in Japan, me, and my manager in Germany to be able to and handle thousands of servers in a weekend. And it still took a lot of time, but it used to be an all-hands thing. We used to have to get everyone around the globe in the company doing that job and still never finishing. So that made it so much easier to get our stuff done, which is taking jobs away potentially, because you get enough of that kind of stuff, you don't need so many more people. So that's not even AI. That's just a nice automation tool. And so you get enough of those, and you can run an organization with a handful of people. It's pretty scary, actually. And the only reason I'm not there anymore is because the company was sold, and that company decided to cut corners because they were hemorrhaging money for years. Didn't tell anybody. And they're shutting down all their U.S. operations and going overseas. The real tech stuff is going to Germany. The less tech stuff and manufacturing is going to Singapore and Malaysia. So goodbye U.S. because no one can afford to manufacture here anymore.
It's not just Germany.
Well, they have Germany because we have a lot of footprint in Germany. So they already have a lot of sites there. And because the work council stuff is amazing. They protect your job to the death. You hire German employees. Like Apple did this when they bought Logic. They couldn't fire all the people in Germany because they're protected.
Mm-hmm.
So most of their staff to support Logic is still in Germany. And just a handful in Cupertino at Apple proper, including the guy who's in charge of the company, came from Germany. So they're protected. But in this country, we don't have those rights. Everything's an at-will job.
Yeah.
You can be hired and fired at any time. No protection whatsoever.
You have the right to bend over.
Basically, yeah. And if you're wrongfully terminated, you could try to sue, but at will, they're going to say you're bullshit. You're in an at-will job. You're allowed to be fired unless it's for, protected characteristics, race, age, stuff like that.
Well, this year I've lost 4 American employees.
Yeah. You're going to lose a lot more.
In the Bay Area.
Sure, especially here. I mean, Cisco's constantly laying off. My company is almost done laying everybody off. There's still a few left, but it's a skeleton crew. Everything is just crazy. Even Facebook laid off a bunch of people. These bloated companies.
Oh, sure.
Google's laying people off once in a while.
And every week I'm interviewing people from India.
Oh yeah, I had my last company, same thing. Partly because we had an Indian presence there, and partly because we would bring some people in from some of the other sites to work out here. So I had to interview a bunch of the guys to work with me. Yeah. And actually it was very, very entertaining because I got to come up with my own little interviews sheet based on common problems we had in the office with software and hardware. And based on some little things, not to trip them up as a jerk, but just, let's see how their thinking process is, right?
Yeah.
And man, some of the stuff was so easy and they were just gone. They're just like, and you can hear them. Some of these were phone calls and I hear them typing feverishly like they're searching for the answers. and I once they do that, it doesn't matter they're doing it. I don't call them out on it because I know they're not going to get it. Because these weren't those kind of questions. If you didn't know, you didn't know, basically. And one of them was like a really simple one. A lot of these laptops have kill switches on the outside for Wi-Fi. And that tripped me up several times to the point it got really annoying. I'm like, fuck, I forgot to check the switch again. Because people are, it's broken. And so I said, well, these guys got to know this shit, right? Because I had to find out the hard way. They never got it. Not one of them. And I didn't spoon feed them, and I didn't make it so obscure they couldn't possibly guess it. But I'd try to see whether give me a list of things that could be causing this. And that never occurred to them at all.
I tell you what, there's a very poor appreciation of what's the difference between TCP and UDP.
Yeah.
Nobody fucking knows anything.
I should know it better, but I know that a lot of the differences, packet checking, security, stuff like that. But
it's one's ordered and one's unordered.
Yeah.
UDP is an unordered. It's asynchronous or whatever.
I mean, that's what the torrents use, right? UDP.
Yeah, when you don't care the order of the packets coming in, then you use UDP. But
UDP isn't guaranteed to have
right. There's no checksums, right? So.
Yeah. TCP guarantees reception of the packets.
It's like paging. You get guaranteed delivery.
Right.
Or,
but if it has a problem,
texting.
it's going to keep trying. You're like, I'm sorry, I didn't get it. Try again. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't get it. Try again.
Yeah.
Didn't receive.
Dave's not here, man.
So. And if someone's going to you for that job and their job is networking and they don't know that, that's pretty fucked up. I'm not a networking guy. I just happen to know it through other means.
It's generally not networking, but it's just like so basic. It's really weird.
Yeah.
Also, like
so they don't know the OSI 7-layer thing.
Well, they do reference this kind of shit. They do reference the 7 OSI layer stuff.
Are there still just 7? God.
Yeah. But it's not really relevant for practical questions like stuff.
Well,
like
that stumped me because there was some point where all of our managers declared that any briefing we gave them had to reference like where in the OSI layers we're talking about. And I had no clue what the fuck they were talking. I was like, boss, where am I at?
Well, some of the layers are weird because the name of the layer versus its function is not necessarily intuitive. Yeah. So you really have to memorize what they are.
I find these 7 OSI layers incredibly impractical, to be honest.
Yeah, but it helps teach it, I guess. So
well,
it's a teaching tool.
Well, so it's like modular synthesis. Now I can look back and laugh, but back then I was like, I don't know what it is. Okay, yeah, I know exactly all this stuff. No problem.
Well, modular. The whole weird thing about modular is that you could use a Minimoog for years and still know not shit about modular, right? Because it's still doing some stuff for you.
Well,
like how was that envelope actually patching through the circuit to control the gating? You can't tell from a Minimoog.
Right. Oh, God,
until you build a mono. Oh, that's how it fucking works.
Yeah.
It gates it there instead of over here. The oscillator's just constantly sending out a thing, and everything has to be done somewhere else. But when you watch the signal path of a Minimoog, it doesn't really prepare you for modular.
Not at all. That was his
and
goal.
that's a tough lesson. You're like, fuck, I should know this stuff. I guess what the hell? Yeah.
Took me how many centuries to learn? 2?
Well, and even things like I'm using Chris's ratcheting module, the guy on Ranji's show. Mm-hmm. I'm using his special GP82 module. I helped him beta test it, and it's a great little module because it has multiple modes and stuff. But there's a very specific way to hook it up to the sequencer from Behringer, or another sequencer, or whatever. And I always forget, which one does it go to? Oh, shit. So I finally just said, fuck it. I'm going to put labeled leads in the GP82. So no matter what sequencer I want to hook it to, I know there's my gate, there's my this, and I just plug it. Because things are labeled in a strange way on some of these sequencers. And I always forget on his which is which. Because it's a small module, so it's hard to label it as clearly as you would like, or in a pinch with dark lighting, it's kind of hard to see it. But I always have the leads now sticking out, labeled, ready to just, okay, now I'm ready to go. I don't need to worry about anything else. It's already programmed to do what it has to do. I just have to get the leads in the right place. Because I often use it, I have it in a floating module case that mixes with other cases that I have. So it has to be something I can adapt to any one of the cases I'm using.
Of course. Absolutely.
And so that's one example of just a crutch. I just made a crutch out of it because it's too complicated to trace it every single time. It just wastes time.
Yep.
And it takes so much time to make patches on modular on a regular basis because I always unpatch everything. That it's that 5 minutes there or whatever is just wasted time. So yeah, it's crazy shit. All this stuff. It's as technical as you think you are, and sometimes you come across these things and you go, "What the fuck?
Why do we do it?"
Well, not just why do you do it, but I mean, how do we do it? How do I do it before? I forgot how we did it.
Huh.
And how can we do it better and stuff like that? It's just, I know a lot of people hate modular because it seems backward and very manual and nerdy and stuff like that, but it is extremely powerful as a sound design tool. And it's fun to replicate the old days. Like, this is how Tangerine Dream did it. That's pretty cool. I didn't know that did that. That's interesting.
Yeah.
And it's like using any kind of other instrument. I mean, you could use a fancy high-tech microscope, or you can use an old-fashioned one, and maybe have more fun because you feel like you're going through the process of exploration.
That's it. That's what I was doing today. Pulling up all these modules, and I'm challenging myself. I'll find like a module that I haven't used before. It's like, okay, I'm going to try this and figure it out.
Are you buying them there, or are you using all the free ones?
These would be free ones, or ones that I've already bought, like the collection, but I haven't used that particular one. And all. And
do they go on sale once in a while? I haven't used VCV for a while, so.
Oh yeah, so there are big sales around Black Friday.
Okay.
And they'll knock down VCV, but then also plug-in collections will similarly go on sale. And so for this Black Friday, I picked up the ALM collection because they were on sale from $60 to $40.
Yeah,
and they're fun.
They are cool. I have a few real ALMs, and they're nice, but they're not cheap.
They're not cheap, and they're a bit menu divey for the for the meaty ones, but. What's it called? Daiso Deiko? I forget which way.
Oh, Akemi's Taiko.
The
FM drum thing.
Oh yeah. God, I had so much fun programming that the other day.
Yeah, Akemi's Taiko is the big one. There's also a mini Taiko one. Dinky Taiko or something? Dinky?
Daiso.
Yeah, there's a small one that does a subset because Akemi's Taiko is huge. It's a big.
Is it?
I don't know. It's like over 20 HP, whatever it is. Because it's got a lot of knobs and they're full size.
Yeah, this isn't that big. This is about a third of that size.
Yeah, so there are a few of those out there. There's also Squid Sample is a good one for sampling.
Okay.
But
I don't know if it has that, and I know certain modules can't be replicated in VCV because of the technology.
That's why it's a sample thing. You wouldn't.
Yeah.
It'd be a pain in the ass.
So Instro, so our bar is not going to. Or what's the? But anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a while since I looked. I have to go look. I wish they would update the iPad one, but it's old, so it's.
Oh no, my friend! Go check it out.
Really?
So Mirac now supports polyphonic sound up to 8, but hopefully up to 16
soon. I guess I should look.
And wait, it gets better. For a mere $4 and change, you can now get basically the host module. So you can support AUM instruments
There you
and
go.
effects. And it's like,
Okay.
oh,
Nice. The only problem is it going to work on this locked iPad that has an older OS? That's my problem. Is it brand new? They just updated it?
Yeah, it's whatever the latest version you could check. It's been recent. I don't know if it's the absolute latest one, but he's been pretty aggressive updating it lately.
Oh, that's good
And
to know.
if you get it to load, you can see the polyphonic collection, and so you can do polyphonic MIDI in, so your controller can give you chords and whatnot.
Nice.
And so they're catching up, but I don't use it much just because the interface, and it's easier for me to work on a 65-inch screen. So
Yeah.
but
I just like when it's on here because this kind of thing being tactile totally makes sense, right?
right.
With a mouse, you're still like,
Oh yeah, no. The thing is, if I were tactile, I'd be all over.
Or I would use a graphics tablet on a PC,
Yeah,
so it's more direct and quick.
yeah. I'm just a mouser, and I got to get used to them. The new VCV doesn't let me do control drag like I'm supposed to copy cables, so I have to relearn that one.
Okay, it's updated 2 months ago.
Okay, that sounds about right.
Not bad.
But yeah, so polyphony, there's some videos out on it. And,
I just have to double check for sure, because here's the problem with a lot of these iPad things. Even if it says it supports this, works on this iPad, which means it's already looked at your OS and says, oh,
Yep.
you're compatible. I've had it sometimes where it installs, but it still doesn't work because it didn't thoroughly check. Because sometimes they'll tell you, on the older interface, they used to tell you, works in OS blah, 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 right? So in this version, I know I'm covered. I can go look up my exact rev number and I know it's going to work. Now it just says works on this iPad to try to make it easier for you. So you get the false sense of security. You hit update. It tries to update. And sometimes it doesn't work. And you've already taken the old one away. You can no longer use it. And you're like, "Argh,"
That is frustrating.
And then you want to break it, right? And this is why I have some baked iPads and iPhones and stuff. Just because of that problem. Is sometimes if you're not bleeding edge on the updates,
Yep.
a lot of times it doesn't work. And
gotta
the
do it.
latest updates, iOS 17, I wanted to update for one of these AR programs I've been using. Did you see my dinosaur thing I put up a while back on Facebook? Did you see the AR dinosaur in the park where I walked around the dinosaur?
I don't think so.
So if you go back and look at my Facebook posts, it's about a couple months ago. I've been using this app. I'm on a beta testing for this guy I met at SIGGRAPH many, many years ago. And he wrote a much better scan app for the 3D scanner app hardware that used to bolt on to iOS devices. So it's LiDAR, photogrammetry, all kinds of shit, right? Well, now they don't use the hardware anymore. You just need the app. All the new devices have so much shit built into them. You don't need the bolt-on device. You just use the software.
Right.
But he's continued to update the software so much that it's all photogrammetry now. You don't even have to use LiDAR. The photogrammetry is so good. And because photogrammetry doesn't worry about transparencies as much as LiDAR does, because the laser goes right through like glass and stuff like that.
Right.
Photogrammetry does a slightly better job of questionable objects, glass and chrome and things like that, than LiDAR does. And then it uses the cloud to stitch your shit together pretty quickly. Very high quality, and then you have a 3D model with the attached texture already on it. So I could scan a friend standing still like a statue, walk around him, take about, 15 pictures, and that was a 3D avatar view that's perfect.
Oh, okay.
And then I can now not only upload that and 3D print it or play with it in my 3D software to make animation and stuff, but I could also use it in AR. So in the field, I can actually AR place anything I've scanned right around me and walk around it. It's bolted to the ground. And I can get right up on top of it, go right behind it. I also did some other posts a while back, a trip we did to Santa Barbara and stuff, and there was a Benjamin Franklin statue I scanned in a park somewhere. And then I basically AR'd him into our hotel room chair. And I walked around him in the hotel room, and it looks like he's sitting in our hotel room.
Oh my!
With this app. It's a really cool app. Well, something borked in the latest build he did. Doesn't work on iOS 16 anymore. Says, you really should go to iOS 17. I did a recent search, and some major changes in 17 broke a shitload of apps, and people are bitching about it, right?
No doubt.
And I don't want to be that guy because a bunch of the apps might be my favorite apps. But I don't think he's going to have it be able to fix it for 16. So I might have to just bite the bullet and see if I get fucked. You know?
Yeah.
So we'll see how it goes. But so I'll keep an eye on this. Thanks for that update, because I at least it says it will work. I'm going to read about it first before I blow up my working version. Because at least the one I have still works on here.
Good luck.
It just doesn't have all the bells and whistles, you know. So yeah, good stuff. Now I really got to go eat.
Yeah, man,
it's been fun talking shit and hanging out.
Probably sucks. So.
Yeah. Well, then I have to start thinking about this hardware jam thing, and at least give it some thought. If not start to work on it, at least give it some thought what I'm going to do, because I have a rough idea that I can do it in the box with some tempo settings, but most things don't have, polyrhythm, polymeter just like that. You have to kind of work it out. And
I can't get the hardware jam.
Yeah. No, I get it. And if I hadn't given it some thought, like I gave it about 15 minutes of thought earlier today, thinking, well, I think I could do it. I think I've done some, not polymetric stuff, but at least gone in and changed the key signature, the tempo signature, and it actually worked. That was one of the problems of the Force. For about 4 years, the Force was out. It was all 4/4, nothing else.
Yeah.
And people are like, can we do jazz stuff on here? What the fuck? You're locking it at 4/4. It's a techno box and a dance music box. I mean, it should be useful for anything. Look at you have like pianos on here and Fender Rhodes and stuff. 4 on the floor. It's like, come on. So, we're working on it. It's all his threads and gear space about this shit for years. And it's who's defending it is Akai Dan, right? Mr. Timberwolf. And so he's got other problems to deal with now instead of that shit. And so finally they made some changes, I think. I haven't used the latest Force update, but they finally made some changes a while back where you can change the time signature. Not as much as people want. The nice thing about the Machina Plus, I know for a fact, they separate out numerator, denominator. You just go in and start dialing.
Yeah.
But because it's still kind of coded to do certain types of things, you can't just give it any number you want, like you would in real life with a score, You have to do certain sensible numbers that work together. And
I need to do electron shit. And I calculate in advance.
I'll get back to the Electron stuff for sure, because I'm sure it's really good at that. Because I've heard some really odd stuff from Electron stuff occasionally. That's definitely dialing in some of that shit.
If the clock is accurate, if the clock is synchronized, then dividing clock and that kind of shit is okay.
Yeah. So I'm sure it's really good at that, because it's so clever at doing so many other things. And you can even do that like on the OPZ, because it has not just conditional trigs and locks and stuff, but it has those math functions that do really weird things, like repeat this measure twice but not a third time, or round robin this measure, or or these steps, or whatever. And I even forgot the names of the thing, but there's a whole chart in the manual for OPZ. Cuckoo actually did a whole video on it. It was pretty good. I gotta go watch that again. But it's nuts. I mean, it's doing stuff that Electron doesn't even do. That means you could make a pretty boring measure, and it's going to go through and start slicing and dicing mathematically for you.
Right.
which is pretty clever, and that includes notes, velocities, as well as effects coming in and out, repeats, all kinds of stuff. So like auto ratchets, and it's pretty nuts.
Well, it's going to be interesting what shows up today. But
I'm sure they'll be interesting, but like I was saying earlier to Wagyu, since most of the people in the group seem to be techno dance people,
yeah,
it's not. I doubt it's going to be as wild as it could be, because they're very much four on the floor.
right. And as I said, my experiments with this stuff have been not so great.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different mindset, right? I mean, I definitely have done stuff in the past, but I haven't done any recently, so I have to kind of think about.
It's sort of a wild snake to tangle, and really, for the kind of sounds that I want to get out, or something like that. But,
and if you get too crazy, you start sounding like Jay Dilla, which is really weird.
So, well, listen, let's let you go and get some food. And Wagyu probably wants to get an hour of sleep before he starts working on his jam, right?
I'm enjoying his siren there. That's cool.
He's
I
already
like different sirens.
So.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, listen, good night. It was a lot of
Good
fun.
time, guys.
And we'll see you when we see you.
See you soon. Bye-bye.